Hello everyone, it's Asatya Games. In this video we are going to start a new tutorial series where I will be teaching you how to develop an incremental game with Defold. This is a beginner targeted tutorial, so we will learn about everything from scratch and build many things with Defold. First, let me show you the game we will be developing. This is the game we are going to develop. We have this main menu, settings, difficulty settings, you can start the game, set the speed, you can shoot bullets, unlock bombs. We have a pause menu where you can control the settings and return menu. Quit. With this tutorial we are going to do a lot. We are going to learn how to write scripts with Defold, how to use Lua modules, and how to write GUI scripts where we control the GUI elements. We will learn about game objects, GUI, fonts, and particles. And in this video I will also show you how to create an atlas. And inshallah by the end of this tutorial you will be able to start developing your own game with Defold. Now I am actually re-recording this first part. I have already shared all the parts on my YouTube channel, and the reason I am re-recording this is because my initial plan was to record a 6 or 7 part tutorial where I would only show you the basic things developing a simple game with Defold, but as the tutorial progressed I started adding more and more features. We have polished the game, we have optimized it, and finally we have uploaded the game to itch.io, so by the end of the tutorial you will be able to have a Windows build for your game. I will not show you how to bundle your game for Mac as I don't have a Mac device, but I am sure you can figure it out after we are done with this tutorial. We will also be able to upload our game to itch.io as a web playable game. Now, to get started, we first need to download Defold. For this reason, go to defold.com and click on Download Defold now. Here, click on Download for your OS, and here I will select Windows, but you can select macOS or Linux. Download for Windows and wait till it is finished. When you download the Defold, you will first have a zipped file. Unzip it, and then inside you will have these files. To load Defold, simply click on the exe, and that's all you need to do. You don't have to do any setup. Now, of course, when you first download the Defold, you will not have any recent projects, so my projects part will be empty. Instead, you can start with a template. You also have tutorial options provided by Defold and samples for 2D and even 3D games. But for now we are going to start with a template. For the title you can go with anything. We will do pirate game and then create a new project. Defold will download the empty project, and this will be what you see when you create a new empty project. On the left part we have assets. This is where we will see our scene, our scripts, and so on, and this is the property panel. Let's first open the main collection. This is the base collection that is loaded when you run the game. And as you can see, this is where we see the collection, where we will design the level. On the right side, we have the outline, where you see the collection, game objects, and components. And here we have properties, which you can modify to set sprites or collision shapes and so on. Now, to get started, we first need to create a new folder, which will be asset folder. Now, to get started, go to my itch.io page, which I will leave the link to the comment section, and click on Download Now. Here we have these assets to get started. Download it and save it on the project folder. Once downloaded, right click and unzip here, and you can delete the zip. Now on the assets, you will have all these files. Since I am re-recording this first part, when you play the second part, you will see that we are actually missing sound and these icons and font files, but you don't need to worry about it. If on the part I am not adding the sprite to the atlas, then you can simply ignore it. Now we have this image. Go to Defold, and on the pirate game, let's create a new folder named resources, and on it let's create a new atlas. We need an atlas to be able to use the image we have, because with default you don't simply use image for sprites, you use them with an atlas or tile source. Since our images are separate images, we are going to use atlas, but if you have a sprite sheet where you have an image with multiple sprites, then select the tile source. But for now we will do atlas, and I will call this hand drawn. Here let's add image type hand to filter the images that are under the hand drawn folder. Select everything and OK. Now this is larger than what I have on the part 2, so to keep the consistency with the second part, I will delete this simple paper because this is a texture I start using on the following parts. So I will delete this. Same with this grid paper and the line paper too. I assume we didn't have these either, so let's delete them. And I think on the part 2 you will see something like this. If I am missing a sprite, you can simply right click on Atlas, add image, and select the image we are missing. And since you already have the final version of the assets folder, if on the part I am telling you to download the new asset folder because I have updated it, you can simply ignore it because this is already the final form. And using atlases also have their merits. It helps with the performance. Default prioritize performance and small build sizes during the development, and especially at the last part you will understand how much Defold actually values them and how good it is compared to other engines. And I think this is enough for the part 1, so I will end this part here. On the last part we have created the atlas, but we haven't used it yet, so let's continue. Now I want to first build my game, and to build you have 3 options. You can go project, build, and it will build your game. You can use F5 on the keyboard, or you can use Ctrl B. I use Ctrl B generally. Now when you run the project, you will see a blank screen. That's because main collection is being loaded and it is empty. To show main collection is being loaded, on the game object, let's right click, add a component, and select a label. The label is a little small, so let's scale it up. Use W to change its position. Now if I run the game again, this is better. Let's type main here and use Ctrl B. Now you may be wondering why main collection is loaded, and that's because if you go to your game.project file and bootstrap, main collection is selected as the main collection. If we have had another collection, we could select that collection. Now to show this on the main, right click new and select collection. Let's name it level 1. On the main collection we can copy the game object and paste, and for the label instead of main, let's say level 1. On the game project, as the main, select level 1 and run it. You will see that the level 1 is loaded. Let's revert it. Now you may be wondering, what is a collection? We have the main collection and we have also created level 1 collection. And collection can be 2 things with default. The first one is it is a capsule, like a game object that holds game objects and their components. So your player can be a collection on your game. And it is treated as a game object like structure when you edit as a collection like this. Now you can set its position, rotation, scale, etc. Or when you have a collection factory and you select the collection and use the factory to create copies of that collection. Then it is treated as a game object like structure. But if you want to use it as a scene, like a game level or main menu, then you will need to use a collection proxy. On the collection, let's add a game object. Let's name this one scene parent. And on the scene parent, let's add a collection proxy. Now, if we select the level 1 here and use this proxy to load level 1, then it will be a scene. Let's name this level 1 2. Now we want to load this, but to implement the logic, we will need to create a script. So on the scripts folder, right click, new, and select script. Let's call this scene manager, and we have the scene manager script. Before I start coding, let me show you what we have in hand. When you create a new script, Defold gives you a template and it has some built-in functions. Let's take a look at them. The first function we have is init. This is the function that is called at the very beginning. So we will be creating variables and making some calculations here. We have this final, and it is a function that is called when the game object you have this script attached is deleted. So if you delete a game object and its script, we'll call this final function. We have update, late update, and fixed update. Let me move this to here. And that's because this is the order they are called. When the game is run, fixed update is called the first, then update is called, and lastly, the late update is called between 3. Fixed update is used for physics, so if you are making a physics-based game, then you will be using this function a lot. Update is where we will be coding our game logic, and late update is called after the update. We have an onMessage function. This function is where we receive the message. With default, game objects communicate using messages. We do not directly access other game objects. Instead, we send a message to them and they take action. So when someone sends a message to the scene manager, the message will be received here and we will take action. OnInput is the function where we check for inputs from keyboard, mouse, controller, depending on the platform and your implementation. And lastly, we have the onReload function, and this is called when a hot reload is done. Alright, now let's delete the functions we will not need. We don't need the final function here. We don't need any update. We will use message. No need for reload either. Now, we may or may not need the onInput function, but I will first delete it and we can add it later if we need. Now, what we want to do is load this level 1 collection proxy, so it will load this collection. So here we will do message.post. We send a message using message.post and it has a receiver. Receiver is the URL of the object. This is the URL, so let's copy and paste it. Message ID is what you are telling, and we are telling it to load. So what we expect is to see that level 1 is loaded. Let's run it, and nothing happened. That's because we haven't attached the script to our scene parent. So on it, right click, add a component file, as scripts are also components. Select the scene manager. Let's run it. And again, nothing happened. That's because with default, when a proxy is loaded, it is not enabled directly. You need to enable the proxy yourself. So what the proxy does is sending a proxy loaded message after it is done. So let's check for a proxy loaded message. On the onMessage function, let's check if message ID equals. We will go with hash because default uses hash when messaging for performance reasons, and we will check for proxy loaded. So if the message is proxy loaded, then what we want to do is sending a message back to the proxy and telling it to enable itself. Now what you can do is simply copy this and paste it. Instead of load, we can do enable and end the if statement. Run it and we see that level 1 is loaded. On the main collection, we don't need the label anymore. So let's run it again and level 1 is loaded. Now we can improve the logic here. The first thing we can do is deleting the theme parent here. That's because the first part tells us the game object and the second part tells us the component we are aiming for. Since we are already under the same game object, if you send a message to a component directly, it will work fine. But if they were under different game objects, then we would need this part. So let's delete it. Typing level 1 here isn't a good coding practice because if you were to have different collections, they would have different names. So even if you were to load a level 2 collection, when level 2 is loaded, we will try to enable the level 1. We don't want this. Thankfully, Defold provides the sender information with the message. When we receive the proxy loaded message, it has a sender information. To send a message back to the sender, simply put the sender here. This will have the ID of the sender. So let's run it and it still works. Now we are able to load collections. Let's try to switch scenes. So we need a new scene. What you can do here is copying this collection and renaming it to level 2. This works. But if you right click on the level 2 and open as text, you will see that the name under the hood is still level 1. So if you try to load level 2, you will get an error. Let's get it because I have seen some posts on the forum where people received that error. So let's repeat it to see what it does. Here, what we can do is name it level 2 and on the scene manager, after level 1 is loaded, I want to wait for 2 seconds and then load the level 2. To wait 2 seconds, you can use timer.delay. It will have a delay amount in seconds, so we will wait for 2 seconds. We don't want this to repeat, so set it false. And the callback is a function. You can put the name of a function here, but since we don't have a function for it, let's go with function and end. Now, whatever you put here will be called after 2 seconds. And we will again call for message.post, but this time with level 2, and the message will say load. Let's run it. 1, 2. Level 2 isn't loaded, and if we check, it will say the collection level 1 couldn't be created since there is already a socket with the same name. You can fix this with 2 ways. First, on the main, you can simply create a new collection. You can set the name here, and if you want to make a copy of the level 1, simply copy everything under the level 1 and paste it under the new level. This is an option. Another thing you can do is clicking on the level 2. Now before loading the level 2 on the game object, let's change the label to level 2 so we will actually see the level has changed. So level 1 is changed to level 2. But as you can see, we have both the level 1 and level 2 loaded. This isn't what I want. What I want is to unload the level 1, then load the level 2. To do this, instead of loading level 2, let's send a message to level 1 and let's tell it to unload. This will unload the level 1, and when it is unloaded, it will send a proxy unloaded message. So on the on message function, we can check for if message ID equals hash proxy unloaded. If the proxy is unloaded, then what we can do is message that post to load the level 2. Let's go with level 2 and we will say load. So let me summarize what will happen. At first, we will start loading the level 1. When it is loaded, it will send a proxy loaded message, and when we receive it, we will enable the sender, which is the level 1, so level 1 will be visible. After 2 seconds, we run the game, we will send an unload message to the level 1, and it will unload itself. When it is done, it will send a proxy unloaded message. After that is done, we will send a load message to level 2, and since it has received a load message, it will be loaded, it will send the proxy loaded message and will be enabled. It may sound complicated, but it is quite simple actually. Let's wait for 2 seconds, and as you can see, level 2 is loaded. Now we are able to switch levels. But again, we have hard-coded this, and this isn't what we want. Whenever we unload a proxy, we don't want to load the level 2. To solve this issue, let's create a variable here. Now here we can do two things to create a variable. The first thing is creating a local variable named current level, and it will be an empty string at first. Or we have a self here. Self is a table. On the table, we can save variables or other tables. Since this is not a Lua tutorial, I will not go into details, but if you would like to see a Lua tutorial with default, let me know. I may consider sharing a tutorial on Lua and game math with default. Here we can also do self.current level equals an empty string. I don't want to create a local variable, I will keep it on our self table. Since the scene management logic is getting more complicated, let's move it into a separate function. We will create a local function, switch to scene, and end. Now we will need to access the current level, so let's have the self as an input. Another thing we will need is the new scene we want to load, so let's have a new scene as another input. So what we will do is, when calling this function, is we first will send a message to our current scene and we will try to unload it. The receiver will be sharp 2 dots to concatenate, and it will be self.current level. And the message we are going to send is unload. This will unload the current scene, and what we will do is setting the self.current level to the new scene. So it will first unload the current scene and set the current scene to a new scene. So when the scene we have unloaded is done, let's load the self.current level. This way we will be able to load the current level which we have just updated. So instead of hard coding here, let's simply call switch to scene with self, and the new scene we want to load is level 2. Let's try it. And after 2 seconds, the level 2 is loaded. And the good thing is reload is quite simple. So instead of false, if you make this part true, what this will do is every 2 seconds this will call switch to scene function with level 2. So with the first call we will load the level 2, but with the second call level 2 is already loaded. What it will do is reloading the scene. Level 2 is loaded, and after 2 seconds you see this flickering. That's because the level 2 is being reloaded. This also handles the reloading. Something you need to be careful with Lua is that to call a function, it needs to be created before you call it. So if you call it before it is created, so it is under, it will not be able to find it. But this is a limitation of Lua and not default. Alright, with this we are done with the script. Now let me also show you the Lua modules. So on the scripts folder, right click, new, and select the Lua module. Let's call it Game Manager and enter. Lua modules are global scripts that can be accessed from other regular scripts. Now on this module, let's create a table. Local m equals an empty table. So we will store our data here, and let's add the return m. So when we access this game manager, it will return this table. Now for demonstration purposes, on the scene manager, since we have the current level on our self table. Let's move it to the game manager. And here we will have the current level is level 1. And on the scene manager, now we can remove the current level from the self table and let's take it from the game manager. To access the game manager, we need to create a local game manager and we will use require with, if you type game manager, it will autofill. Using this variable, we will be able to access the game manager. For example, here, now we don't need the self table anymore. So instead of self.current level, we can use game manager.current level. And when updating, we will use game manager.current level too, and here too. And lastly, we need to remove the self from the function call. Let's run it. And it works. We are able to use our game manager. With Lua modules, you can create functions too. They don't only store variables, but also functions. So what you can do is creating a function, but when naming it, you need to name it under the m. So m dot maybe print table function. It will get a table and end. We will fill this later, but from here you can simply call game manager dot print table and it will autofill the function too. And let's add a print statement here to see if it is actually working. Print table is called, so if we call it on the scene manager, game manager dot print table, we need to give a table, but it is not important, so let's give the self table and print table is called. So on this part, we have learned about collections, we learned about the structure of scripts, how to write a simple script, and how to create Lua modules, use them, and call them. I will end the part 2 here. In this part, we will lay a foundation for our GUI and start designing our game by placing background, the island, and we will also create a simple enemy and code the logic for it. Now let's get started. Now on our main collection we have this level 1 label, we don't need it anymore. What I want to create is a GUI. Now let's say this is our screen. What I want to create is a GUI that will cover the left side of the screen. We will also have an island in the middle and we will have some enemy ships that will move towards the island, and when it reaches the island, it will be deleted. This is the goal of this part of the tutorial. Now on our resources, let's right click, new, and create a GUI. GUI is a component and I will call it left panel. On GUI we have nodes, textures, materials, and so on. And to add things to our GUI, we need to use nodes. On it, let's add a box node. For the size, I want it to have 420 in width and 1080 on the height. For the position, I will take half of the size, so it will be 210 to 540. I will also change its color to a dark red. To add this our collection, we can rename the game object to GUI and on it right click, add a component file and select the left panel GUI. Now we can see it and if I run the game, it will look properly, but we still switch the scenes, so let's go to our scripts, scene manager and delete the timer. Here we don't want to change the scene to level 2. Run it again, and this is our GUI. I want to change the size and test it, but it is a bit difficult at the moment, so on the scene manager, let's go with window that set size, and for the width, I will use 1920 times 0.8, so we will have the 80% of our original height and width, and 1080 times 0.8 again. Run it, And yes, we have our screen smaller. Now, if we change the size, the UI will not act the way I want it to. What I want it to do is cover the left side from top to the bottom. Now, to achieve this, we can go to our GUI and add a root node. On the nodes, if you press A, you can select box. Let's name it root. And for the size, I will set the size of our screen. For the position, it will be half of it. Now, if I run the game, resize, it will still not cover the whole screen. To make it cover, you need to set the adjust mode to stretch. Run it, and now it covers the whole screen. So I will take the box and make it a child of the root. I will set the Y position to 0. Now I want to change its pivot to left, so it will be west. Now it is pivoted to the left. So I can simply use negative 960, half of the screen size, to pivot it to the left side of the screen. And also I need to change the adjust mode to stretch here too. If I run it and change the size of the screen, it will work. I am exiting with escape key. But right now we can't see the scene, so I want the root node to be invisible. So let's disable it. And yeah, that's it. On our collection, right click, add a game object, and let's call this island. We will position our island on the center of the remaining part. Since the width was 1920 and we are using 420 of it, we are left with 1500, and we will use half of it to place the island. To see it better, let's add a component, select sprite, and for the sprite we will finally use our atlas, and for the default animation I will go with island. Let's change the position of the island. The Y is easy, it will be 540, and the position will be 420, which is the width of this, and plus 750, so let's add 750. We can make calculations here. Let's test it. It is centered, but a bit too large, so I will scale it down. Let's go with 0.6 and run again. I think this is alright. Now we are seeing a black background, and you may want to change this. I will be using sprites as background image, but if you decide to stay with the solid background, you can change it from the game.project. And if you scroll down to the render, we will have these RGB values, and if we change this to 1 for all of them, it will be black. I want to set it to blue for now, since this will be a pirate game and it will act as water. So 0.2 for the red, 0.3 for the green, and 0.75 for the blue. Yeah, this looks alright, but I don't need it. You can keep it if you like. On the collection, let's add a new game object with pressing A on the collection, and let's name it background sprites. We will place our background sprites here. On it, let's add a sprite component. Select the atlas again, and on it we have a paper background. I like where it is positioned, and I will copy and paste it. I want to move this to somewhere around here. We can see the size of it on the size, and if I get the Y value as its position, it will be positioned exactly where I want it to be, so 1018. Let's select both of them, copy and paste. This time I will add this to their X value, so it will be 1016. Let's paste again, and this time it will be 2 times of 1016, so 2032, and seems alright. Let's run it, and yeah, it looks good. We can see the island here, but we cannot see it here. To solve this issue, we can change the Z position of this, and if we increase it, we don't see it, but when we decrease it, it is visible. We don't have a camera on this collection, but we can still see it. But I will add a camera to make things more understandable. Let's call this camera parent, and let's add a camera component. Since this is a 2D game, it will have orthographic projection, and I will position this at the center of the scene. Now, Defold is generally used with 2D games, but it is 3D under the hood even for 2D games, and as you can see, our 2D game is actually a 3D game. And on the camera, if we move it downward and run the game, we will not see anything. That's because only the things inside this box are rendered. On our camera, we have a near Z value. If I set this to 500, you will see that now things 500 units farther away from the camera will be rendered, and if it is closer than 500, it will not be visible. If we make this negative 500, it will be able to render things. Let's change the position to 0, and for the near Z, I will use minus 1.1. That's because I will be using values between plus and minus 1. Background image will be placed on the negative values, and objects and particles will be on the positive side, but you can use different values too. Now I have set the camera, I don't need to see it, so I will first disable the grid, I don't need it right now, and on this eye icon, I will disable the camera. We can still see it because camera is selected, but if I select something else, we will not see it. Now for the island sprite, I will set the position of it to 0.5, and for the background, you can change the position of the game object too, but I will set the position of the sprites to minus 0.5. And now I can see the island both on the game and on the editor. Now if I run the game, you will see that the camera has zoomed in and the island is not centered anymore. To fix this on the camera, set the orthographic zoom mode to auto fit and run the game. And now it looks alright. We don't need the Windows set size line anymore, so I will put 2 dash before it, and this will make it a comment line. You can use this to add comments to your code or disable lines from being executed. Now here, what I want to do is add a ship and make it move towards the island. I will add a game object and let's call it ship. On it, I will add a sprite. Select the same atlas. For the animation, I will use black ship image. Now let's move the game object. The ship is too large compared to island, so let's set the scale of the sprite to 0.4 for X and Y. Now to make this ship move towards the island, we will need a script to handle the game logic. So on the scripts, right click, new, script. Let's call this enemy ship. There will not be any ally ships, but it's alright. Now we will need the init here to set some values. We will have the final 2 because it will be destroyed or deleted when it reaches the island or when it is hit with bullets and its HP reaches 0. Update also is needed to make it move. No need for late update or fixed update. We will need the on message, so we will know if we have reached the island or have been shot. No need for on input, as we will not control the ship with inputs, and no need for on reload either. While making our ship move towards the island, it will move with a speed value, and here we will create the value self.speed. We will create the speed variable on our self table. Let's start with 50, we can increase it if needed. I will move the final to the end, as we will not need it for now. And on the update, we will code the enemy movement. Now to make our ship move from its position towards the island's position, we need a direction vector that points from the ship to the island. And to get that value, this is our start position and this is our end position. If we do end position minus start position, it will give us a vector that points from our start position to the end position. This is vectors 101. So on the script, let's create a local variable to save our start position, which is our position. And to get our position, we will use go game object dot get position. You can put the ID of the object you want to get the position of, but since we want to get our position, we can simply delete it and this will return our position. Let's also get the position of the island. Local island position. It will be game object dot get position and we want to give the URL of the island. Let's go to our collection. On it, we have this island and copy the URL, paste here. And let's create a local direction and we will subtract the start position from the end position. Our end position will be island, so island position minus position. Now when we subtract them, it will get us a vector which may be very long or short depending on where we are. If you are very close, you will get a small vector like this, but if you are far away, the vector will get longer and this will cause some inconsistency between frames with the movement. Instead, what we want to do is get a vector with the length of 1, so no matter where you are, you will always get the vector with the same length. This calculates the vector, and what I want to do is I will first cut this and I will use vector math that normalize. Normalizing a vector is setting its length to 1 while preserving its direction, so it will still point towards the same direction, but its size will be 1. And if we paste this here, this will first calculate the direction vector and normalize it. Here we can use the position too, but to make it more understandable, let's create a local new position. Our new position will be our initial position plus the direction we want to go, and we will multiply this by our self.speed. And this will get us a new position. If we check the function, we will have a delta value shows how long has it been since the last frame. And if you multiply the speed with the delta 2, it will allow you to get a consistent result across all devices. If you don't add delta and play this game on a high-end PC, the ship will move fast, and when played with an old device, it will move slower. We don't want this, so we will multiply this by delta to ensure consistency. Lastly, we will set the position, so use GameObject.setPosition. The position will be our new position, and no need for ID since we are setting the position of ourselves. We need to attach this to our ship, so on the ship, right click, add a component file. Scripts are also components, so select the enemy ship and let's run it. The ship is moving towards the island. While moving, I also want it to turn towards the island. Now to make it turn towards the island, let's create a local angle. Now on the ship, if I rotate it towards the island, you will see that the rotation of the Z is changing because on 2D games we only change the Z rotation. So here what I will do is vector math quad rotation Z and it requires an angle. This is in radians, so we will use math.arctan 2 and for the Y we will give direction.y and for the X we will give direction.x. When you calculate this angle and apply with GameObject.set rotation, the new rotation is angle. No need for IDs. This will make our ship turn towards the island. Let's run it. It looks alright. Let's move the ship to check. And yes, This works if your sprite is pointing towards right. So if your sprite is initially pointing towards up, you can subtract 90 from its initial rotation and it will point towards right. I'm sure you can figure it out by yourself. And this looks alright, but it can get better because we are making calculations every frame. So if your game is running at 60 FPS, this internal part will be calculated 60 times per second, and it may be necessary for some cases, but in this case it isn't. And that's because the position of the ship indeed changed, but the island is static and it is not moving, so we don't have to get the position of island each frame, and we can cut this line and paste here. But local variables cannot be accessed from outside. What we can do is create a local island position and it will be an empty vector 3. Since even 2D games are on 3D space, we don't have vector 2 here. You can set the island position like this and it can be accessed from the update 2. When you create a local variable inside a function, it can only be accessed from the function and outside it will not be recognized. Or we could also save this on our self table and use our self table to access it. Let's run the game. If you look at it, you will see that the direction of the ship also doesn't change. We can do the same with the direction. Let's move this here and use self.direction. But we don't have the position value. No worries, we can use GameObject.getPosition and get our position. This way our direction will only be calculated once and used from the update, and we will avoid unnecessary calculations. Let's add self. Since our direction doesn't change, we can also set the rotation only once. Let's move this to here and use self.direction. Now instead of every frame, these 4 lines will be executed only once at the very beginning, and only the parts that change, which is our position, new position, will be calculated on the update. For 1 or 10 ships, it will not make any visible difference. But if the game gets to a point where you have hundreds or thousands of ships on the scene, then you can see the performance increase. Lastly, let's make it so that when the ship reaches the island, it will be removed. Also, I want to change the position of the ship sprite, so it will be rendered on the island. Island has 0.5, so let's set the position of the ship sprite to 0.6. Better. Now, to make the ship destroyed when it is on the island, we need to use collision shapes. For it, on the island, let's add a collision object, and it will be island based collision object. For the collision object, we can set 4 type: dynamic, kinematic, static, and trigger. Dynamic are objects where the behavior is controlled by the engine. So if it is set to dynamic, since the project has a gravity value, the island will fall downwards. To see it, we need to add a shape. So you can right click, add a shape, and I will use a sphere for it. For the diameter, we can try 500, too big for 3. Maybe 280 is a good amount. And if I run it, the island has fallen downwards. Now, kinematic is where you handle the physics logic via script, and static is for objects that doesn't move but interacts with dynamic and kinematic objects. Trigger type collision objects do not stop objects from overlapping but sends a message to the game object when there is an overlap, when an object enters or exits. And this is what we want to know. We want to know if a ship has entered. We don't need the mass, friction, and so on. These are for dynamics. Now we have group and mask properties. Group is where you are on the layers, and mask is what layers are you going to interact with. This will be on the island base group, and it will only interact with enemy group. Now on the ship we will also add a collision object. No need to rename it. The group will be enemy, and the mask will be island base. So it is on the enemy group and it will interact with island base. It will also be a trigger collision object. For the shape, we can use box as capsule isn't supported for 2D games. For the dimensions, let's try 100, 160, and 80. I think this is alright, maybe 70. This way, when the enemy reaches the island, we will be able to detect it. Now, when the enemy ship reaches the island, since they have trigger collision objects, it will send a trigger response message to the game object, and we will use it on the on message. And on the message, we will check if the message ID equals hash as always for the message. It is a trigger response. Then we will do game object dot delete. Again, no input. It will delete the game object the script is attached to. Let's test it. And yes, this is working as intended. Now I will end this tutorial here. In the next tutorial, we will inspect the collision messages better so you can see and understand what are they and how they can be used. And right now, our enemy ship is a game object on the main collection, but instead we will make it into a prefab and we will use a factory to create multiple of them. We will also add some new variations for enemy ships and use game object properties as well as our game manager to make them use different values for different ship types. I will share this project file on my itch.io page with the name of part 3. You can go and download it if you like. On the last part, we have created a ship and made it move towards the island. But our ship is currently a game object on our scene, and this will be a problem because if you copy and paste with Ctrl C and V another ship, move it, it will work, but a change you make on one ship will not be applied on the other ship. What we want to do is create a system which will spawn ship around the island, but with the ship as a game object on the collection, we cannot do this. We have to create a prefab for the ship. Now to create the prefab on the resources, right click, new game object, and I will name this black ship. Go to the level 1 collection and copy everything under the ship game object and paste on the new game object we have created. Now we can delete this ship and we can actually add the ship with right clicking and selecting add game object file. This way we can add ship to our game and we can move it. Now I can copy and paste another ship. If I go to my ship game object and change the sprite, both instances of the ship will be affected, and this is exactly what we want. Now to be able to spawn the ship, we will need to use factory components. With default, when creating new game objects or collections, we use their factories. And with this game, we will be using many factories. Factories for ships, for the bullet and the grenade. Since we will have multiple factories, I will create a new game object for it. I will name it factory parent, and on it right click, add component and select factory. Factories use game objects as prototypes, so let's select the black ship as the prototype of the new factory. This way, when we tell this factory to create a game object, it will create the prototype, which is the black ship. Now, to make the factory create ships, we will need a script. So on the scripts folder, right click, new script, name it enemy spawner. Now I can again select the functions I will need and delete the rest, or you can simply delete everything as we can add the necessary parts later. I will need the init function, so let's go and init. Now to tell a factory to create a prototype, what we need to do is use factory.create. We need to fill these inputs. It asks for a URL. Let's go and copy the URL of the factory. It will be a string. Position, we want to spawn the game object. Let's set the game object first, the black ship, and move it around. So I guess 600 to 900 will be alright. We need to give a vector here. So vector math dot vector 3. Since even our 2D game is 3D, we use vector 3, and for the x it will be 600, 900 for the y, and 0 for the z. It asks for a rotation. I don't need to set the rotation here as it will be set on the enemy ship, so I will simply go with nil. Leave the properties empty for now, so let's go with nil again, and the scale of it will be 1. Let's go to our collection and delete the ship. Since we have no ship, if the script works well, we should see a ship spawned somewhere around here. Of course, we need to attach the script on the factory parent, so right click, add component file, and select the enemy spawner. Let's run the game. And yes, it has spawned the ship. It only spawns one ship for now, but if I wrap this with a timer, then we can spawn ships continuously. So I will cut this line and type timer.delay. Delay is the amount we want to wait before this is executed, so it will be 2 seconds. For the repeating, we can type true or false. I will go with true, so every 2 seconds the callback part will be called. We can do two things here. First, we can create an empty function, and whatever you put here will be called when the timer is triggered. Or you could also create a local function spawn ship and you could also use spawn ship. This would also work. Let's paste the line on the spawn ship function to test it, and let's run the game. Every 2 seconds we spawn a new ship. But I want to create a better way to spawn ships. Since this will be an incremental game, the player will expect the game to get more difficult as he progresses more. Let's create some local variables so we can update our spawn logic to suit our game better. Local spawn interval 2. Local spawn acceleration. Now here for the final game, you will need to set a very small number, but for the sake of this tutorial, I will give it a large number like 0.25, so we can actually observe the acceleration. And also we need a local minimum interval, which will be 0.5. Let's also create local time spent 0. Now instead of init function, I will use local function update. Now for the logic, we have this time spent variable. I will increase it on the update, and after 2 seconds, we will spawn a ship. After we spawn the ship, we will decrease the spawn interval by 0.25. So next time, when the time spent reaches to 1.75 seconds, we will spawn the new ship. This way we will decrease the interval every time a new ship is spawned. We also have these minimum intervals, so if the player survives long enough and we keep decreasing the spawn interval by the spawn acceleration amount, we will not get to 0 or a negative value, which will result with us spawning a new ship each frame. So let's implement the logic. Here, let's increase the time spent equals time spent plus delta. After we increase it, we need to check if the time spent is actually greater than or equal to spawn interval. Then we need to spawn a ship. Let's spawn a ship and end. After we spawn the ship, we also want to decrease the spawn interval by the spawn acceleration, so next we'll spawn faster. We can keep it like this, but since we haven't used the minimum interval, we will see a problem quickly. Now, before testing, I realized that update shouldn't be a local function. update init on message like built-in functions are not local. And also, after we spawn the ship, we need to set the time span to 0, so we will reset the timer. We are spawning ship faster and faster. We are actually still spawning them, but we have hit the maximum sprite count that was set by the default. First, let's fix the minimum interval issue. The reason why we have started spawning so many ships at the same time is because our spawn interval has reached a value less than 0, so each time we reset the time span to 0 and check if 0 is greater than a negative value, which is always true. So we spawn the ship, and same for the following frames. To solve this issue, we can use the minimum interval variable. For this, we can do two things. First, we check if spawn interval is less than minimum interval. Then spawn interval equals minimum interval. This simple line saves the logic, or we could use a nicer looking function, which is spawn interval equals math dot maximum. It will take two inputs and return the larger one. So here we will have the spawn interval and minimum interval. At the very beginning, since spawn interval will be greater than minimum interval, we will not change the value of the spawn interval. But if we get to a point where our new spawn interval is less than the minimum, then since minimum will be greater, the math.maximum will return the greater value. Now, if you want to learn what a function does, you can hover your cursor on it and it will actually show you what the function does. It returns the argument with the maximum value and it works on the math too. Here you can see the functions you have. I will disable this line because this one looks nicer, but you can use either one. Also, let's go to our game.project. Defold has set some limitations on your behalf for sprites, collections, and other things. To find them, you can simply search for max, and it will show you max instance of collections, max count for factories, and so on. Since the sprite is the problem here, we can increase it to 5 to 6 or more. In this game, I will not need it, so I will disable it. But if you see the warning when testing your game, it will tell you where you should look at to change the maximum value. It could be sprites or any other value. Now we spawn ships faster, but it never gets to a point where each frame a new ship is being spawned. But I don't want this to be a fixed point, and I want the ships to be spawned around the island within a set distance. To achieve this, we can create some new values. Let's go with local spawn distance. I will set this to 800 for now. And when spawning the ship, let's create a local spawn position, which is a vector method vector3. So what I am doing right now is creating a vector for the spawn position, and it will be spawn distance for the x and 0 for y and z. So this is a vector that points towards right. And what I want to do is rotate it by some degree. So the distance vector we have created looks like this at the very beginning. And what I want to do is preserve its length, but rotate it around the island. So the ships will be spawned from multiple directions. Now we have the vector, we want to rotate it. Now to rotate this vector, we can use spawn position equals vector method rotate. Let's go on rotate and use control space. Control space again. So we will rotate our vector with the q, but q is not an angle with integer value. We need to have it as quaternion. So let's create an angle, local angle equals vector method quaternion rotation z, and this will require us to give an angle. So here we can use math.random. It will be from 0 to 360. So this will get a random angle, turn it into a quaternion, so we can use it here. And the vector will be the spawn position. So now we can use the spawn position for the position we will create the ship. Now there is one little problem. The vector we have created is actually treated as a vector that starts from the origin. To make the ships spawn around the island, we also need to add the position of the island. So here, let's create local island position, game object that get position, and I think it was island. So it will be island position plus spawn position. Let's test it. And seems to be working alright. I can still see some ships being spawned. So I will increase the spawn distance to 1000. Also, I want to create more ship variations. Currently we are only spawning the black ship, which is the only ship we have. To have multiple ships, I will copy and paste the black ship, F2 to rename it, and name it yellow ship. Open yellow ship, and on the sprite, I will search for yellow. The ship is too large, so I will scale it down to 0.3. And let's also change the size of the dimensions to 200 to 80. Let's copy and paste the yellow ship, name it red ship, open it, change the sprite. Our red ship is pointing towards left, which shouldn't be the case, so let's add 108 rotation to its sprite, change the collision shape size, 170 to 90. You can also give some position to it. This is getting a bit messy, so right click on the resources, new folder, game objects, select the ships and move them under the game objects. Now our factory currently spawns only black ships, so let's rename this to black ship. You can copy and paste this twice. Yellow ship and select the yellow ship as the prototype. Red ship and red ship as the prototype. Now we have the factories. We can actually spawn them from the enemy spawner. Again, we will need to create some new variables. The first variable we are going to create is local factories, and it will be a table that will work as an array. And on this table, I will save the URL of the factory. Let's copy this. Since the script and the factory are under the same game object, we don't have to specify the game object explicitly. So I will ignore it and only copy the black sheep part. You can actually delete this part too. So let's paste it. Now we have an array with the factory names. We can select one of them randomly. To do that, let's create a new variable, local selected. Here you can use factories.1, 2 or 3, which will return a string with the red ship, like this. So here what I want to do is get a random value from math.random, and I will get values between 1 and 3. With Lua, array starts counting from 1 and not 0, so this is the first element, second element, and third element. This will return a random number, and the factory will be selected with that random number. So we are going to select the factory here. Instead of typing statically the factory name, we can go with selected factory. Let's run it. We start with a yellow ship, black ship, yellow, red, and so on. We are indeed selecting them randomly. This is good. But I don't actually want a total randomness, because if you start the game and the game throws some powerful enemies at you, you are going to lose, and the players will feel this is unfair. You need to make your game fair. Even if it is difficult, it should still make sense, otherwise players will lose interest fast. I have a spawning system where I use with my games, and it has been working well for my games. To implement this, we need some new values. Let's go with local current difficulty, which can start from 0. Local difficulties, which will be a table, and on the table I will go with black ship equals 10, yellow ship equals 15, and red ship equals 20. We also need a new variable, local difficulty increase, which can be 2 for the sake of tutorial, but again, for the final game, you will need to set this to a very small number. So let's implement the logic on the spawn ship functions. I will set the selected factory to an empty string at first. I will create a local random difficulty. Random difficulty will be a random value that will allow us to spawn enemies randomly, but the value it returns will have its limits, and it will be more probable for it to return larger numbers as the game goes on. Here we will do math.random, and that random value will be between 0 and the current difficulty. After that, we will check if the random difficulty is less than difficulties that flagship. So if the random difficulty we get from this line is less than the flagship value on the difficulties, so it is less than 10, then selected factory equals factories, and it will be 1 since the black ship is on the first element. Else if random difficulty is less than difficulties that yellow ship, then selected factory will be factories 2. You can do the same for the red and check if the value is less than the red ship, but since red ship is the highest value I have, I will go with else, because if it is greater than yellow ship, it will always spawn a red ship. So else selected factory equals factories with 3. Let's end it. After we spawn the ship, what I will do is increasing the current difficulty by the difficulty increase. So let's take a look at the logic and what it does. At the very beginning, we will start with a current difficulty of 0. So when we select a value between 0 and 0, it will return 0. The 0 is less than the black ship value, which is 10. So the selected factory will be black ship. So when we are using factory.create with selected factory, we will find a black ship. And after that, our current difficulty will increase by 2. Next time, we will select a value between 0 and 2, still black ship. So this will go on till we reach 10. So if we select 10, since 10 is not less than 10, we will spawn a yellow ship. If you don't want this, if you want the 10 to be still count for black ship, you can put less than or equal to. So even at the time, we will spawn black ship. But when we reach 12, after we increase the current difficulty, we will have some chance to spawn a yellow ship. So we will start the game with only black ships, the easiest enemy, and then we will start spawning yellow ships. At 14, our possibility to spawn yellow ships will increase. At 16, it will still increase, and we will have a slight chance to spawn red ships. As this goes on and our current difficulty reach to a value like 50, we will only have 20% chance to spawn black ship, 10% chance to spawn yellow ship, 70% to spawn red ships. Let's test it. We start with black. And we have more blacks. But after some time, we start getting yellows, and we should also see reds. If we wait long enough, the chances for the black ship and yellow ship to be spawned will decrease greatly. So we will see mostly red ships, and it will get worse as the time goes on. You may not want this. You may want the black ships to be still spawned after some time. So you could do 20 here, 35 here, and 60 here. One problem you will face after doing this is that it will take too long for the current difficulty to reach 20, so you will get many black ships till you see a single yellow ship. To solve this issue, you can simply increase the current difficulty, so we will start with 10, and for the first 10 difficulty increase, we will only spam black ships, so it is the same with before, but this time even if you reach the value of 50 or 60, you will still have 40% chance to spam black ships. I like this approach, but you can always use your own logic. The last thing I want to implement on this tutorial is making the enemy ships use different logic, making enemy ships use different stats. Currently they all share the same speed. Here we could create a local stats, and on it we could go with black ship equals another table. On it we can define speed, which can be 50, HP 25, damage. This will be the damage our island takes when the ship hits our island, and this one can be 15. Let's copy this, paste, and paste. I want the yellow ship to be faster, so let's set its speed to 100 so we can see it better. Its HP should be slightly less, so it is 20, and the damage will be 18. The red ship will be slower, its HP will be greater, and the damage will also be a lot more. But all the enemies share the same script, so it is difficult for us to tell if the ship that uses the enemy ship script is yellow, black, or red. To solve this issue, we can use a custom property. As you can see, we have a properties panel on the right side and it is empty. If I type GameObject.property, and for the name of the property I will use ship type. Let's put a value of 1 for now so we can see the value on the right side. I want the ship type to be a string, but unfortunately we cannot use strings for custom properties right now. It is for performance reasons, but they will change it, so they will add the ability to use strings for the properties. But for now, what we can do is using hash. We cannot use a string, but you can use a hash for it. And if I go to my black ship, you will see that it has a ship type. I will type black ship here. Same for the yellow ship. Now on the enemy ship we only have a value for the speed, so we need to create HP and damage variables. As we have done before, we can create Now this may look alright because on the enemy spawner we have created multiple local variables outside functions and used them without a problem. It was fine for this case because on the collection we only use the enemy spawner script on one game object. The problem with local variables on the enemy ship would be that these values are actually shared between game objects. So let's say you have spawned a black ship and set the speed on it, and then you spawn a yellow ship and set its values for the speed. You will see that the black ship also starts moving faster, and that's because this value is shared between all instances of this script. If you don't want this to happen, what you can do is simple. You can create these values on the cell table. And don't worry, the local variables created inside the function is not shared because they can only be accessed from this function. Here we have a self.speed. I will start the values as 0, so self.hp, self.damage. To set them using our type, I will use if. To access the property, we need to use self.ship type equals hash black ship. Then now you could set the values of speed, HP and damage under the if with black ship and so on, but instead I will create local type equals empty string And if the ship type is black ship as hash, I will set the type as a string with black ship. Else if unfortunately there is no way to take the string out of a hash. Hash is a one-way operation. You can hash a string, but you cannot unhash it and take the string out. And this cost us, I guess, additional 2 line of coding, and I don't really mind it. So here, instead of setting the speed to 0, I will use stats and type to look for the correct type, black ship, yellow ship, or red ship, and it will be speed. Let's test it. We start with red ships. They are slow, and let's see if we see a yellow ship. And yes, it is a lot faster. So we can confidently say that the stats are applied, and as you can see, red ship is also a lot slower. And this was it for this tutorial. I will share this project on my GitHub page, so you can download the part 4 project file. If you liked the video, please like and subscribe. In the last part, we have created some ship variations. And in this part, I want to implement the ability to fight back. So we will start shooting at enemies. For this reason, I will create a bullet and also a bomb mechanic where it will damage multiple enemies at once. Area of effect damage. As we have already learned, to be able to spawn multiple instances of an object, we need to use factories, and factories use game objects as prototypes. For this reason, on the resources folder, game objects, right click, new game object, and name it bullet. We will need a sprite here, right click, add component, select sprite, select the hand drawn atlas, and for the image, select bullet. Now on the collection, let's right click, add game object file, and select bullet, so we can see how it looks. Currently it is too large, even larger than the island, so let's scale it down. 0.1, 0.1. Looks alright, but it is rendered under the island. Island sprite has zero point 0.5 as the Z position, so on this part we can do 0.7 and it will be rendered on it. Great. Let's delete this. Go to bullet. We want to be able to detect enemies, so right click, add component, and select collision object. We want this to detect enemies and not collide with them, so we will set the type to trigger. We will be in the group of bullet, and our mask will be enemy. Our enemy collision object is in enemy group. It is interacting with the island base. Let's also add bullet here, so it will see bullets too. Now we can use it on a factory, so right click on the factory parent, add a component, select factory. Name it bullet factory and set the bullet as its prototype. Now we can access it, and I want the island to access this factory as I want the shooting logic to be handled on the island game object, so we will need a script for it. On the scripts, right click, new script, and call it island. We will only need init and update. Delete the rest. And here let's create some bullets. For this reason we will create some variables. Self.bullet interval. It will be 1.5 seconds. Self.bullet time spent, which will be 0. So this will hold the information on how much time we have spent since the last time we have shot a bullet. And like we did on the enemy spawner, we will use self.bullet time spent equals self.bullet time spent plus delta. And then we check if the self.bullet time spent has reached the bullet interval or exceeded. Then we will use factory.create. We need the URL, so let's go to our collection. On the enemy spawner, we use only the name of the factory component and ignore the game object, so only this part. But this time, our island script and the factory component are under different game objects. Let's first attach the island script. So when this script tries to use factory.create, if we only give this part to the factory, then the script will try to look for this factory under the same game object and will not be able to find it. So we will specify the game object too. This way, when the script tries to access the factory, it will first find the factory parent game object, which is this one, then look bullet factory under it. It will be a string and paste it. The position can be the island position. Since this script is attached to the island, we can simply use GameObject.getPosition, no need for ID. Rotation will be nil. Like the enemy ships, we will set the rotation on the bullet script. Properties can be nil or an empty table, and the scale is 1. We will use this properties table, but for now, it can stay as it is. After we spawn a bullet, we also need to save that bullet time spent equals 0. So next time we will wait for 1.5 seconds. Now on the island, I want to create a new trigger area, which will be the fire range for the island. So we will only be able to shoot enemies within that range. We already have a trigger collision shape, but it is alright as we can use multiple trigger collision shapes. So on the island, add component and select collision object. Set the type to trigger again. Let's rename this to fire range. On the island base, we didn't need to rename it, but we will actually use this on the following parts of the tutorial series and access the collision shape under it. Let's add a sphere shape and diameter of 900 is alright. So we will only shoot an enemy when it enters this fire range. Also on the group, we can add this to fire range group, enemy game objects. We also want the enemy to interact with it, so alongside the bullet, let's add fire range to the collision mask so the enemy will see it. Let's run the game, and we couldn't because the bullet is missing a collision shape. We cannot allow this to happen, so let's add a box collision shape and let's increase its size. I will move it back, so when I rotate the game object, it will actually be rotated around this axis, so the sprite will look better, and the collision shape also seems to fit well, maybe a bit shorter. Now let's test it. The bullets are indeed being spawned after 1.5 seconds, and the enemy also seems to reach the range, but they disappear. Except for the yellow ones because we haven't made the change on its collision shape yet. Now let's take a look at why this is happening. But first I want to make some changes on the enemy spawner because it takes too long for the enemies to reach the fire range, so it makes the testing slower. I will change the time spent to 10. So when we check if the time spent is greater than the spawn interval at the first frame, this will return true, so we will spawn the first ship. Let's decrease the difficulty increase to 0.5 so we will not see yellow ships too fast. Also on the enemy ship we can make the black ship faster so it will reach the island faster. Now on the enemy ship, if we check the onMessage function, we will see that whenever a trigger response message is received, we delete ourselves. And since this is also a trigger collision shape, it sends the trigger message and the ship thinks it has reached the island. So we need some way to differentiate between the inner and outer trigger areas. Let's open our game manager. If you remember, we have created this print table function before, and now it's time to fill it actually. We will use a for loop to print a table for key and value in pairs table new. This is the structure we will use when traversing tables. This pairs with the table returns the key and value pairs from the table. We will simply print and end. Let's say you only need the value here, you can do this, so this will still return the value but ignore the key, and we will use this from the island. Close this for now and go to scene manager because we actually call this print table from the scene manager and we don't need it. And on the enemy ship, let's check for the message. When we receive a trigger response message, let's use the function on the game manager. To do this, we need to local game manager require game manager from the scripts. And here we will do game manager dot print table, and on the on message we have this self table, message ID, message and sender. Here we will use the message because this is basically the information that is sent with the message on a table. So we will use this table and run the game. Enemies are moving faster. We see the result. As you can see, we have some information on the message. First, we have this enter value, which is true when the object enters trigger area and false when it is exiting. Other ID is the ID of the game object you have collided with. We have on group. This is the group of your collision shape, which is the enemy group, and other group is fire range. This is the group of the collision shape you have interacted with. So here we can use it like this. If the message that other group equals hash, since this is a message, island, island base, then no need for this. Delete ourselves. So we will only delete ourselves when we hit the island base. Let's test it. Alright, didn't delete itself and it works. Now we will do something similar on the island. What I want to do is create a table that will store all the enemies that has entered the fire range. So when shooting, we can fire the enemy that is closest. So even if a black ship enters the range first, we can still shoot a yellow ship that is moving faster and closer to the island when the bullet is spawned. To implement this logic, we will need a table self dot enemies in range, which will be an empty table. So we will need the onMessage function onMessage, and here we will check if message ID equals hash trigger response. Then I will check if message dot other group equals hash enemy. Then we will save it. We can save the value on a table with table dot insert. The table we are going to insert is self dot enemies in range, and the value I want to save is message dot other ID. This will save the ID of the enemy ship. Now this will save the enemies, and I want to be able to get the closest enemy. So let's create a function for it. It will get the self table. Let's create a variable here, local closest, and it will be nil at first. Then we will traverse the enemies in range table. So we will do for when we save the enemy, it will save it as value of the ID, and we don't need the key, so I will put an underscore which will discard it and use enemy in pairs self that enemies in range. Do and this will traverse the enemies in range and we will use the enemy information from it. First, let's check if enemy exists, and that's because we will delete enemies after they enter the fire range, or they will reach the island and will delete themselves. So if we try to access them after we delete them, it will be a problem. So check if game object that exists and the URL will be enemy because it saved the ID of the enemy. Then we also need a local min distance, which will be a very large number at the very beginning. And I will first implement the logic, then explain what it does. Local distance equals, we will here get the distance between the island and the enemy. To get the distance, we will need a vector from our island to the enemy, so we will do game object that get position with the enemy, and we will subtract our own position. This will return the vector, but we need the length of it to get the distance, so I will cut this part and use vector math that length and paste here. So this will first calculate the vector and get the length of it, save it on the distance. Then we will check if distance is less than minimum distance. At the very beginning, since the minimum distance is quite large, the first enemy we check will be the closest one. After that, we will check for a new one and compare its distance to the minimum distance we have just calculated. And if it is shorter, then we will set the minimum distance to the distance, and also the closest will be the enemy. And the if, and it seems alright. After that, we will return the closest we have found. Now we started closest as nil, and we are still returning closest. And this may be a problem when the enemies in range table is empty, so this part is never run and we still return a nil value. But it will be alright because we will actually check for it on the update. Also, let's cut this line and create a separate function for it. Now it has its own function. I want to call this function when we have at least one enemy in the table. To do this, we could put an if statement here and check if the enemies in range is not empty, but this isn't optimal, because this way we still set the time spent to 0 even when we shoot no bullets. Instead, what I want to do is do the check here. So we will only set the time spent to 0 when there is an enemy in range. So if for 10 seconds no enemy approach to the island, and then an enemy approach, since the time spent will be 10 seconds, we will actually shoot the bullet at the correct frame. To get the size of a table, we use sharp with Lua tables and do self that. This will return the size of the table, and we will check if it is greater than 0. Then here, let's do spam bullet with self. Now we spam bullets, but they do nothing because we don't have a script on them. So let's create a script for bullets. On the script, right click, new script, name it bullet. Leave the init update and on message. First, we will need a speed value to be able to move. So self dot speed equals 150. Then we will need a direction to move towards. But instead of creating a self value or a local value outside the function, I will do game object that property with direction, and for the value I will have a vector. We met that vector 3. Now on the island we have this empty table here, and if I type factory dot create, you will see that it is the properties table. So this is the part where we can set properties on our game object. Since our bullet game object will have a property, let's add a component file which is bullet. The property is direction. So if on the one bullet we give a direction equals vector method vector3 5, for example, this will set the property on the game object directly, so you don't have to implement any more logic. As long as the name you used here matches the one on the script, the property will be set directly. But I don't want to give a static vector here. Instead, I want to do some calculations. First, let's get the closest enemy. Local closest equals get closest enemy with self. Local direction equals we want the bullet to move from the island to the enemy, so we will get the position of the enemy, which is game object dot get position, and we will use the closest minus game object dot get position, which is the position of ourselves. This gives us the correct direction. Let's also normalize it. It will be consistent. We met that normalize and give the vector. So here on the direction, I will give dir for it. So this way we will be able to set the direction. Now let's go to our bullet. Since we have a speed and a direction value, we can use the movement logic we have used on the enemy ship on the bullet too. Local position equals game object dot get position. Since our position will change each frame, we will get it on the update. Local new position. This is the position we want to be on. It will be our position plus self dot speed times we access the properties on the self table too. So self dot direction and also data. Lastly, we use game object dot set position. Position is new position and no need for ID because we are setting our own position. Let's also make the bullet rotate towards its direction. For this, I will copy this rotation logic part and paste here. We are calculating the direction, but no need for it. I will delete it because we already have a direction value and it is accessed on the subtable, so this actually works great. And we set the rotation on the unit. Currently, this will move towards the enemy, but will do nothing. Let's test it. And yeah, rotation is applied correctly. I want to add a new variable set that time alive equals 0. And on the update, we do set that time alive equals set that time alive plus delta and check if set that time alive is greater than 8 seconds. Then game object dot delete. I've added these two lines because it is possible that you shoot towards an enemy twice and the first bullet actually deletes the enemy, so the second one never hits an enemy and keeps moving forward and forward. And we don't want the bullet to go forever. Instead, we want to make sure if it is not useful, so it hasn't hit anything in 8 seconds, then we can simply delete it. On our game object, we have this trigger collision shape and we detect enemies. Let's add the logic so we can actually damage the enemies. Let's check if message ID equals hash trigger response. And actually we don't have to check for the other group because we only interact with enemies. But I will edit just in case. So it is a good practice since most of the time we will interact with multiple groups. Message that other group equals hash enemy. So we make sure we have hit an enemy. Then, now this time I don't want to simply delete enemy. Instead, I will send it a message that tells it to change its HP. So it will be message that post. The receiver will be message that other ID. And the message ID will say change HP. The message will have a value, HP change for the name of it. And here we will use some value. So let's go with self dot damage amount. If we go to our enemy ship, check for the HP of the black ship, it has 25. So I guess we can start with 10 damage. And here it will do self dot damage amount. And now we send this message, but it will be in vain unless we actually take care of it from the enemy ship. So here we will check for other messages too. Instead of trigger response, let's check if message ID equals hash change HP. Let's also check and make sure the message that was sent actually carries a variable named HP change. So we will do this with message that HP change isn't equal to nil. On Lua, we don't use exclamation mark and equals. Instead, we use this. Then, and for this message to work, we will need a function that will decrease our HP. So let's go with local function change HP. It will have an amount value. We already have an HP stat. So here we will do self dot HP equals self dot HP plus amount. Now when sending the damage amount, make sure to send it as a negative value, so when the HP change is triggered on the enemy ship, the amount will be negative, so this will actually decrease the HP. And if the self.hp value drops to 0 or below, then we will do game object dot delete with ourselves. And here, so when we receive the change HP message, we will do change HP. Let's fix that. Change HP, and for the amount we will do message that HP change. I will decrease the bullet interval to a smaller value so we can see if it works. Let's test it. And we have an error on this part where the change HP is not triggered because we forgot to include the self table here. So then we also need to change this on the on message, and let's test it again. 1, 2, 3. Since the HP is 25, we need to use 3 bullets to deplete it, but we also want to delete ourselves when we actually hit the enemy, so we will do game object dot delete on the bullet too. Let's test again. And yes, we indeed find the closest enemy. We already have this bullet, so maybe we could simply copy and paste it. Let's copy and paste the bullet. Name it to bomb. For some reason I keep saying grenade. On the sprite, select bomb. I want the bomb to be slightly larger, so I will go with, instead of this box, I will add a sphere. This will be the range where the bomb will affect, so let's put 100 here to see if it looks alright. Maybe slightly larger, 125. But let's delete this bullet script because we will not need it. Also, we will not be in the group of bullet, but bomb. We still interact with the enemy. Let's go to the black ship and add the bomb to the mask. Let's create a script for it. New script bomb. I will copy everything from the bullet. Let's change some things, of course. We will not have a direction with the bomb. We will not throw it towards some direction. Instead, we will throw it to a point. So it will be goal point. We will have a speed which will be slower. Let's go with 80. Time alive isn't needed because we won't be moving towards some direction, and unlike bullet, we will explode whether we hit something or not. Damage amount can be higher. So let's set this to maybe 25 so we can see if it actually works with only one explosion. No need to set the angle since it is circular. This part will stay the same because we will still move towards the goal point with a set speed, and no need for this. And similar to the island where we save enemy in range, we actually have to do this with the bomb too. When it explodes the enemies in the range of this damage range, we will apply the damage to those enemies. So after that enemy's range will be here. We check if the trigger response is received and the other group is enemy, which means an enemy has entered. But we need to check if message that enter equals true. If equals true actually is unnecessary, so I can delete it. Then we will do table dot insert, and it will be set that enemies in range with the message that other ID. If it is entering, we will register the value to the table, but if it is exiting, I want to delete the value from the table, remove it, but unfortunately Lua doesn't have a built-in function that removes the value without a key. We have table.remove, but it requires you to give a position. If you don't, I think it deletes the last value on the table. So we have to create a function for it. And I remember reading a comment that says, I love Defold but don't like Lua, and say, I don't like Lua either. The local function You know what? We could use this on the game manager so we can access it from other parts too. So let's do this function m dot. It will take a table value and we will do a for iteration. So here we check for key, which we don't need, and current value in pairs table to check if current value equals value, then table. You know what? Let's get the key to table dot remove. Table will stay same, but position is key. And this should work, I hope. So instead of creating a function here, let's do and do game manager dot remove value from table. The table will be set that enemies in range, and the value will be message that other ID. Let's close it. Now instead of direction, we will set the goal point for the bombs. So we will require a direction value to be able to move towards it. So self that direction equals, since the goal point will be a vector, we can do self that goal point minus game object dot get position. As always, let's normalize it. This way we have a direction and can move towards it. Then we can check if new position equals self dot goal point. We could do this to check if we have reached the goal point, but this isn't a safe way of doing it because there is almost always a small margin of error. Instead, what we will do is to check the distance from new position to the goal point and see if it is close enough. So we will do vector method length, and for the vector we will do if it is less than 5 units, then explode. Let's give a self value and end it. We need a explode function, so local function explode. It will take the self table. Now here we will traverse the enemies in range and send a damage message like we did on the bullets. So let's copy this line, go to bomb and do for, no need for key here, and enemy in pairs. Except that enemies in range to send a message. So instead of the other ID, we will use enemy since the enemy is already message other ID. And here after that we will do game object that delete and delete ourselves. Since the logic is same, the enemy ship will still detect the change HP and decrease its HP. We also need to implement the logic to the island so we can shoot bombs too. Let's copy these values, paste them. Instead of bullet, we will do bomb interval and a bomb time spent. Let's copy the spawn bullet and paste here. Instead of bullet, we will spawn a bomb. We will still get the closest and we don't need the direction. Instead, we will set a goal point, which will be the game object that get position of the closest enemy. So we will set its position as a goal point. This will try to access the bullet factory, but since this is a bomb, we will need a new factory on the factory parent. Let's add a new factory, name it bomb factory, select the bomb prototype, and make sure to change the name on the function. This part also looks right. Let's also copy this logic and paste here. Instead of bullet, I will do bomb type spent. And if the bomb type spent is greater than bomb interval, and we also have some enemies in range, we will spawn a bomb. Looks alright. Let's This, if you add two dash and braces around code block, so the whole block will be commented out. Let's test it, but we first need to attach the home script to here. Let's run it. And it seems to be working, but we get some errors. The first thing we can fix here is that checking if game object that exists for the URL, it will be enemy. Then do this. A bit better, but still getting the errors. I guess we could add a check here and isn't equal to nil. Then this should clear the errors. I guess here we could check as if that enemies in range has the message that other ID. Then we could try deleting it. Let's test it. And yeah, seems to be fixed. I also want to implement the HP logic for the island. So when the enemies hit the island, our HP will decrease. So let's do self dot HP equals 100 and self dot max HP will also be 100. Since our island will be able to regenerate its lost HP, we will also need a max HP value. I will remove the comment here, set the bullet interval to 1.5 and bomb interval to 2.5. So on the enemy ship, when we reach the island base, we delete ourselves. So let's also send a message that post the receiver will be message that other ID. The message ID will say change HP, and the message will carry a change amount, which will be the minus self that damage. So when we receive the change HP message, and it has, let's copy a function from here and use it. Change HP, it will have self for the amount, it will actually have the message that change amount and end it, but we will not delete the island. Instead, let's print the, let's test it. Not working because the typo. Let's test again. And yes, our HP is decreasing by 15. And I will end it here. On the next part, we can take a look at the particle effects, create an explosion effect, and also we will add some juice to the bomb. So using property animations, it will look like we are actually throwing it upwards, and it will then hit to the ground. I will share this project on my itch.io page, so you can download it with the name Part 5. In this part, we will create an explosion effect using particles and apply that explosion when an enemy HP drops to 0 or when a bomb explodes. Also, we will start with the basic implementation of our GUI. We will improve the layout a little bit and we will create a prefab for button. We will use on the next part when we are changing GUI control further and implement the logic for improvements. So let's get started. First, let's close the tabs we don't need. On the last part, we have made some changes on the mask of the black ship. So let's open our other ships. And on the collision object, paste them on the mask so they will also apply the logic correctly. Now to create a explosion, we will need a particle effect. So on the resources, right click, new particle effects, call it explosion. We have an emitter, and on it, if you press space, you will see that the particles are being emitted. We will try to modify this so it will look like an explosion effect. I will explain the properties, but will not go into too much detail. If you want to learn more about particles, you can go and watch the particle effect tutorial on this channel. In that tutorial, I show you how to create two different particle effects and explain the properties in detail. So first, let's close the ships for now. Go to black ship, on it right click, add component file and select the explosion particle. Then I will press space so I can see the explosion better. Let's set the explosion position to 0.65 so it will be rendered above the ship. This way we can test how it looks. Because sometimes you set the particle, but then when you check it on a game object, you see that it is actually quite small or too big. This way we can test it in real time. We have a position, rotation and pivot for the emitter. I will not change them, but for the play mode, I will change this to once. If you set this to loop, then it will spawn particles continuously. There will be no end to it. But if you set it to once, then it will emit the particles once and stop. Right now, it keeps emitting particles even after a turn ends, but that's because we are previewing it on the game. When you play this, it will only play once and then stop. Here we can change the emission space. Right now, if I go to blank ship and move the explosion when it is emitting particles, then you will see that the particles actually stay where they were spawned. But if you set the emission space to emitter and then move it when they are being emitted, you will see that the particles move with the emitter as well. I think world is alright. Right now the particles are being emitted in every 2.5 seconds because this is basically the timer that handles how long an emitting phase continues. So if I set this to 1, then you will see that the particles are being emitted every second. You can set some delay here. We have some duration. If I set this to 0.2, you will see that the particles are being emitted only for 1/5 of a second. And they live for 1 second. After that, the cycle resets. I think 0.2 is alright because we are going for an explosion and we want it to be instant rather than continuous. You can set the image of the particle. We currently have a blob for the image and blob actually works quite well for particles. It is the default material, but if you select the hand-drawn atlas, you will see that currently the whole atlas is being emitted. But if you select bomb, then the bomb texture will be used for particles. But I like the blob, so it will stay as it is. We will take a look at the blend mode in a bit. Max particle count is how many particles this emitter can have at the same time on the space. 125 is alright, you can increase it. Currently the emitter type is 2D cone. You can set this to circle to create an explosion. Particle orientation is default because this is circular. Initial direction is the direction these particles start moving towards. So there are particles that move towards up and down. Movement direction is similar to initial direction, but we can actually change the direction of particles after they are emitted. So if you set this to movement direction, then even after they are spawned, they will still change their movement direction. And we also have angular direction. There are some more properties. We have the spawn rate. This is, I think, how many particles the emitter will spawn in a second. Since we are spawning only for 1/5 of a second, then we will only spawn 10 particles. I will increase this to 250. So we will actually see 50 particles on the scene, maybe 300, so we can see 60 particles. Emitter size is the size of this circle. You can increase it, so the particles will be emitted from any point in this circle. Size Y and Z is unnecessary for this example. Particle lifetime is 1. We can set this to 0.8. To get it more explosive, or maybe 0.5 and then initial speed will be 200. Let's check it on the ship and looks kind of alright. Maybe speed is too much. 150 is better. Initial size can be 30. If you do that, the particles will be larger. And also, as you can see, we have some field on the right side of these values. For example, on the initial size, if I set this to 20, then you will see that some particles are very large while the others are quite small. That's because when they spawn, this adds some randomness, so their initial size can be 30 plus 20, which is 50, or 30 minus 20, which is 10, so they will get values between 10 to 50. I will set this to 10. Currently, the particle is white because the initial red, green, and blue are set to 1. I want this to start as a yellow color, so I will set the blue to 0, so it will be yellow. Then through the explosion, I will first turn the particles into red, then black. Initial alpha sets the alpha value. How transparent will the particles be? You can set some stretch to it. The stretch value is 1. If you add 1 here, then the stretch on the x becomes 2, so you see wider particles. You can add stretch to y dimension 2. These are the initial values for our particles. There is also this particle life part. If I press F7 and go to curve editor, you will see that we have an alpha value here. And it starts from 0, and this is the particle lifetime. If I take this and move it down, you will see that the particles are actually visible for a bit, then they disappear somewhere around here, and after that they become visible again and disappear at the end. So this is basically how it is. You can move this point so the particles will start becoming more transparent sooner or later. By double clicking on a line, you can add a new point, you can move it, and using these points, you can actually turn it. And by double clicking on it, you can actually remove them as well. Now I won't change the alpha here. First, I will change the scale. The scale will start as 1. This is the override value. So if I move the end up, then the particles will actually get larger, and I will also change this way. The particles will get larger, so it will give a feeling of spreading on air. I think it looks nice. We are done with scale. Now our blue value is already 0, so there is no need to change it, because even if you change it, it will be multiplied by 0 and will not affect it. Instead, I will add green and red. The red value is 1 at the very beginning, and I want it to drop to 0. And same for the green, I want it to drop to 0 too. Now blue is already 0, and these two also reach to 0 at the end, but the particles don't get the black color. That's because of the blend mode. If you set the blend mode to alpha, you will see that they actually get darker at the end. Now I want the green to drop quite fast. This way the particles will get red a lot faster. And I want the red to remain for longer, so we will only see black at the very end. And I think it looks alright. You can change rotation, alpha, and other values too. I like this explosion effect. You can watch the particle effect tutorial if you like for a more in-depth explanation. Now on the particle effects, if you right click, you can add an emitter like this one, or you can add a modifier. We have an acceleration modifier which accelerates particles towards a direction. It is minus 100. If I make this minus 1000, then the particles are blown up towards a direction. You can change the rotation of it, so the particles will be accelerated toward any direction. You can add a drag, and if I set the drag to 10, you will see that it actually slows down the particles, so they don't move much. So it is almost like opposite of the acceleration. We can add radial. Right now we are already using a circle emitter, so it is difficult to see, but if you go to emitter, change the emitter type to cone, and then use radial somewhere around here with a higher magnitude of 1000. then you will see that it actually spreads them towards all directions. Let's delete this and change the emitter type back to circle. Lastly, we have vortex, which rotates the particles towards some direction. If you set this to 1000, then they rotate quite well, but I will use 300 for the value, and I think it looks alright. The max distance is how far this can affect them. If you move these more than 1000 units away from the particles, then they will not be affected. So this is the final shape of the explosion effect. Now we can use these different ways. First, we can keep this on the enemy ship like it is right now, and when the enemy ship HP reaches to 0, we play the explosion. This could be a problem with our current settings because when enemy HP reaches to 0, we delete the ship right away, so the explosion will be also deleted with the ship. So we may make some change to keep the ship for a while till explosion is done. Since keeping the explosion on the ship will actually require us to make some change to enemy ship, some change to island, so when the enemy dies we actually remove it from the enemies in range table. It is too much work, so I will delete the explosion here. On the resources, game objects, right click, new game object, call it explosion. Right click at the component file, explosion. Let's also create a script for this. New script, explosion script. On the explosion game object, right click, add component file, select explosion script. Let's delete everything except the init, and on this init we will play this explosion. Copy the explosion URL, and here we will use particle effects that play. URL will be the URL of particle effects, and this will actually play the explosion. You can delete this part, it isn't needed, especially if you are using a looping emitter. But for this case, we will need it. This is a function that is called after the explosion is played. It is only called if your emitter play mode is set to once. So you could create here a local function emitter done, and here call it. And here we will do game object that delete ourselves. You don't have to use a set function. You can create an empty function here too. Function game object that delete and here. So both will work. That's why I will delete this function. This is the only logic we need. Let's close the script and particle effects explosion game object 2 on the level 1 collection. Right click, add component, select factory, call it explosion factory. Select the explosion game object as the prototype. So now when our enemy dies, before deleting ourselves, we will use factory dot create. For the URL, we will copy the full URL of the explosion factory because the component and the enemy are under different game objects. So let's paste this. The position will be game object that get position. No need to set a rotation. We will not have any properties. Again nil, and the scale will be 1. Let's copy this line, go to our bomb script, and when it explodes, I want this to also create an explosion. But this time I will set the scale to 2, so the bomb can create a larger explosion. Let's test it. And so we can see the bomb explode. It is larger than the enemy. So it works. As intended, maybe 1.5 would be better for the scale. We can now shoot at enemies, throw bombs, and they can attack. We'll have explosion. So it is time to focus on the GUI a little more. Let's open our GUI. On the GUI, we have some nodes. We have a root node, and this is basically the left panel. Let's add a text to this left panel, we get some error that says font must be specified. If you click on it, no items available because we have this fonts folder and we need to add fonts here. Right click, add fonts. We have a default font available, so select it. On the text, select that font. For the text, let's say upgrades and click W to move it. It is too small, so let's scale it by 4 and set the size to a smaller value, so this rectangle covering it will be smaller. Now I will go to my scene manager and enable this line back. This will start the game smaller so we can test it. But now it looks alright. If I move this to the left, the upgrade is on the center. Move it more. And if I do this, you will see that the upgrade is on the left side instead of centered. What I want this to do is basically always staying on the middle and top. To achieve this, let's go to our left panel. We first need to anchor this to the top of the left panel. So on it, let's add a box. Its size isn't important. I will first change its pivot to north. And I will move this to up. It will be somewhere around here. Let's put this on the middle of the left panel. Since the width of it is 420, we can set this to 210 and 540 for the position. The size is not needed, so let's set this to 8 because we are going to make it invisible. Now if I set my text on the box, set its position to 0 and move it down, we can test again. It isn't working because we haven't set the adjust mode to stretch. This north node need to be stretched. Let's test again. Now it is on the top. Let's test if it is on the middle too. And yeah, it works alright. So the text can stay here. Let's right click at a box so this will work as a button here. For the pivot, I will set north here again. For the size, 360 will be alright and 80 for the height. For the texture, I cannot select anything because textures folder is empty. Right click, add textures. Select the hand-drawn atlas. Go to our box, which is a button. And for the textures, select white square. Now its size is overridden because size mode is auto, set it to manual, and let's reset the size 360 to 80. The size is correct, but the textures is scaled up. I don't want this to happen. If you go to our textures and click on the white square, you will see that it is 120 by 120. So on the button, I will use 9 slice, and for the left, we will give 60. Same for the top, right, and bottom. If you give these too large of values, let's say it is 85, then you will get some unwanted result because some part of your slice is larger than the size of your image. Since we have 80 here, it should be a smaller value, so you can set this to 40 for example, and for my case it will still work. You can test with values to see what is the best result. I like the outline width, but if it is too thin, then you can always set the size to 180 to 40, then scale it up by 2. Of course, you will need to set the slice size to maybe 20 to 20. This way you will have wider outline, larger texture, but for my case, this is alright, so I will keep it 360 to 80, scaled by 1. This text is upgrade text, and under the button, I will add a new text. For the font, let's select the default font and the text will say increase bullet damage for 100 gold. The position will be -40, which is the half of the Y value of the button. Let's change the color to black so we will see it better. First, let's scale this text to 1.5 so we will see better. Maybe the button can be wider, 370. Then we can change the size. The size isn't really important with text unless you want the text to work as buttons. You can work text as buttons too, and you can click them on this rectangle, but that is not my intention, so I can set this to a very small number, maybe 10 by 10, and it will not matter. Now I can copy and paste this, move down, and have multiple buttons, but if I were to change something on the text, maybe, or something on the button for the size, then I would have to apply the same change on all these buttons. So instead, I will delete these buttons. On the button, right click and copy. On the resources, I will create a new folder named GUI, move the left panel GUI under it, and right click, new GUI component, name it button prefab. On the notes, right click and paste. Set the position to 0. We are missing textures, so right click, add textures, and select the hand drawn atlas. Now we are missing a font, so on the fonts, right click, add fonts, default font, and it is working. Go to left panel GUI, delete the button, and on the north, right click, add a template. Select the button prefab and add it here. Ctrl C and V to duplicate. Let's add more. Now let's change the size of a button. If you change the size here, if I go to my button prefab, change the size to 300 here, then on the left panel, you will see that all the button sizes have been changed, except the one we have made a change here because this value is overridden. So if you clear the size override, then it will also be applied on that button. This is a prefab and you can make changes to override the values on them. This way we will be able to actually change the text under all these buttons so they will serve different purposes. Let's take the size back to 370 and it looks alright. One more test. And they are where I want them to be. And yeah, I think this is it for this tutorial. If you like the video, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. I will share this project on my itch.io page. You can download it from there. In this part, I will first implement an animation on the bomb, which I was planning to add on the previous part, and we will focus on our GUI. We will set our button positions with code, and we will also create a slider. So if we happen to have too many buttons in the future, then the player will be able to navigate between buttons with scrolling up and down. Let's first start with the bomb. So on the resources game objects, I will open the bomb game object, and on the bomb script, I will make a change. Currently, the bomb sprite scale is 0.125. I will set this to 0.1. Center it, and when we throw the bomb, I want the bomb sprite to scale up so it will get larger, like we are throwing it up. And since we are making a top-down game, the bomb actually gets closer, so it will give a sense of third dimension. And achieving this is fairly simple. We have property animations we can use, and they are quite handy when used right. To use them, we use GameObject.animate. It asks for a URL. Copy the sprite URL, paste as a text. The property we want to change is scale. Now we have a playback option. I will not go into too much detail with property animations. I have a tutorial on it where I explain it in more detail with examples on game objects and GUI, so you can watch it if you are interested. We have a playback option. For this, we type GameObject.play. So it gives us some options. We can create a loop, so loop backward, forward, and ping pong. Loop backward starts from the 2 value we will set and goes back to your initial value. Forward starts from your initial value and changes it to the 2 value we set here. Ping pong makes you go from your initial to the goal value and then returns back to the initial value. But these are looping, so we will be using once ping pong. I want the bomb scale to go up and down. And 2 is a value. Since scale is a vector, we will use vector math that vector 3 with 2 here. Easing is while changing the scale vector from your initial value to the new vector, what kind of way it will follow. We again write GameObject.easing. We have many options. For example, I will use inelastic for demonstration, but we will change it later. Now we have to calculate the duration, so I will not change it for now. Delay is how long this animation will wait before starting. I will set this to 0, so when this line is executed, the animation will start immediately instead of waiting. If you set the playback to once instead of loop, once it ends, it will call this complete function like the one we used for particles, but we will not use any function, so it will be nil. Now all we need to do is calculating the duration. If you remember, x equals v time t, so the distance equals speed times time. And if you want to get the time, then you send the v across, so it becomes x divided v. And this is what we will do. Local duration equals, we need the x, which is the distance, so we will use vector math dot length, and we will subtract the self dot goal point and our own position. Since we are calculating the length, it doesn't matter which one is negative, and we will divide this by our speed. So let's divide this by self dot speed. This should get us the value we want. Since the name is already duration, we don't need to make any change. So let's test it. Now, as you can see, it does a weird thing, and that's because we have set inelastic, or we could go with in bounds, and it again jumps, but I just realized this should be 0.2 instead of 2. That's why it is getting too big. So the bomb is basically bouncing on water, but this is not what I want. So I will go with linear. I think this is close enough. As you can see, it looks like we are throwing it up, and when it reaches down, it explodes. And also the animation looks nice. Now we are done with the bomb. Let's continue with GUI. Now I will first make some changes on the button prefab, and that's because the text we are going to use will change for different buttons, and I would prefer if it was a 2-line text. So let's come here on the notes and the button. Let's set the size to 120. It will be larger. This one be -60 for the half of it. Now if you scroll down on a text, you will see that we have a line break option. If you are going to use this, you actually need to set the size properly. So I will first set the scale of the text to 2, and for the size, the X is important, and let's set this to maybe 200 or 170 is alright, so it will break the text by itself. You can add more things here and it will work. So I like this. Now our button prefab looks better. We can go back to our left panel GUI. Now we have 4 buttons here, but we can have even more. It could be 8. And we can still fit it, but if it was 12, then it will be too much for us to handle, and we wouldn't be able to see it. So I want to implement a slider here, and for this on the north I will add a new box. This one will be slider panel. I will set the size of it 420, so it will match the left panel. Let's set its pivot point to north, move it a bit down, and give it a size of maybe 800. I think this much space is alright for the buttons. We will have some text that shows stats under, so we will leave this part empty. Let's change the color of this. Let's move the buttons under the slider panel. And on the slider panel, we will scroll down, and for the clipping mode, we will select stencil. What this does is basically hiding things that is not within these box limits. Let's see it. So if we scroll up and down, they will be invisible. But currently I have to select all buttons and move them up and down, which isn't ideal, and I can simply move the slider panel up and down. So that means we need another box. Let's add a new box called button container, and it will have 420 for size. Let's move all buttons under it, set its pivot point to north, and make it invisible. So now we can actually move this, and it will move all the buttons. I will make it visible for now, and let's move the buttons up so they will start from somewhere around here. Let's increase its size to 500. When implementing the slider logic, the sliding will not be enabled if the button container is shorter than the slider panel, because that means there is no need for it. But let's say we have more buttons and the container size is 1000. Then we would actually need to scroll up and down so we can see all buttons. And that means we need to set the button container size by checking how many buttons we have and then solve the issue. I will keep all these buttons for now, but I will change their name. This one be bullet damage, bullet interval, bomb damage, and bomb interval. Now to implement a logic for GUI, we use a script, but it isn't our usual script. We will create a GUI script. For this, first I will create a new folder, call it GUI, and under it, new GUI script. Call it left panel. And we delete final and update. We don't use them much with GUI scripts. On reload as well. So let's get started. We have this left panel, and if we want to access it, we can create a self that left panel equals, we will use GUI because we are on a GUI script that get node. Everything you see here, node, left panel, root, upgrade text, are basically nodes except this. So the bullet damage slash button is a node. The bullet damage slash text is a node too, but bullet damage is not a node. It is a container that makes it simpler for us to handle GUI, but when you try to access this bullet damage node, you will not be able to do it because this doesn't exist as a node. So keep that in mind. Since the left panel ID is left panel, we will give the ID of it and we will have it. Then we have a slider panel, which is this whole thing. We also need to access it, so self that slider panel equals GUI.getNode slider panel. We also have this button container, which we need as well, so self button container equals GUI getNode button container. I want the button container to always start from the very beginning, where its Y position is 0, and to set the position of a GUI element, we use GUI.set position. We need to give it a node. In this case, it is self.button container. The position will be vector method vector 3, since its position is all 0 at where I want it to be. To test it, we can move this down. Now to attach a GUI script, we go to the GUI node and click on the script, select the left panel GUI. Let's run this, and you will see that it is actually on the very top. Now when we are checking for left panel logic, I want the actions to be checked only when we are on this left panel. That's why let's create a new variable self.onLeft panel equals false. We will start with false. And on the on input, we can use GUI.picNode. And if we take a look at its description, it will say test whether a coordinate is within the bounding box of a node. So this will return true for left panel if my mouse is on the left panel. If not, it will return false. So we can use this with an if GUI.picNode with self.left panel. It asks for a position, and for this we will use simply action.x and action.y. When you have a mouse input, it will have x and y. So when this returns true, then we will do self.on left panel equals true. We can do this, or we could simply add this and self.on left panel equals GUI.picNode. So if it is on the node, then it will return true. Let's copy this line, paste, and use the same for slider panel or button container. In this case, I will use button container because it will cover all our buttons. So if it is not on the button container, I don't need to check for buttons. That's why I will first add a self on container equals false and copy this. This time we will use the button container for the node. So after that, let's print. So when we get an input, we will first check if we are on the left panel or on container, and we will print to see if it is getting the result correctly. Let's test it. And even though I am moving my mouse, nothing is happening. And that's because we need to first acquire input focus. If you don't acquire input focus, your script completely ignores any input you try to send it. So we will use message that post. The receiver will be us because we want to receive the input focus. And for the method, we will say acquire input focus. Let's test again. And it didn't work. Why? And that's because when you try to acquire input focus, all of your parents also need to acquire it. Otherwise, you will not be able to detect any input. For this reason, we need to go to our scene manager. Since scene parent is our parent, it also needs to require input focus. So let's copy this line and paste on the init of the scene manager. Let's test again. And now when I move my mouse, it says false for either of them. If I move it to left, then I am on the left panel, but not on the container. Still the same. But now I am on the container and on the left panel. So it is working. Now we can continue implementing the logic. Now since our button container will calculate its size depending on the amount of buttons we have, we need to be able to access our buttons. That's why let's create a self.buttons table. On it we will have for buttons for now, the first one will be bullet damage. And this one will also be a table. On it we will keep a few things. The first will be prefab ID. Let's go to our left panel. The bullet damage prefab ID is this one, so let's copy it and paste here. Other than prefab ID, we will have an index value. And I want this button to be the first button on the list. We have to specify an index, and that's because we are using tables, and tables do not hold values in order. So even if you first enter the bullet damage, then give bullet interval in order, when you run your game, you will see that the order isn't respected at all because it is not saved. If you want the tables to respect the order, then you will need to use them as arrays with index, but instead I will create an index value and use this one to set the order of buttons. Other than that, we will have a button which will be nil for now because we are going to use a for loop to set all these buttons. This way we don't have to specify the button and the text for each buttons manually. We will also have a text which will be nil. Now let's copy this and paste 4 times. I will modify these values so we will have information on all 4 buttons. Alright, I am done with them. Now we can use a for loop to set the button and text on them. So we will do for key and value in pairs self that buttons table. Do. Now let's first get the buttons and text on them. So we will do self that buttons with the key value dot button. So self dot buttons is this table. The key value could be any of these 4 values. Let's say it is bullet damage. And when you access the button, we are basically here. So we are setting this value. It will be equals GUI dot get node. Now we need to give an ID here. Let's take a look at the ID of our button. It is bullet damage slash button. To get this first, we'll get the prefab ID. So let's do self dot buttons key dot prefab ID. Then I will use 2 dots to concatenate strings. So this will combine the scripts and I will add a slash button. This will get us bullet damage slash button. Let's copy this line and paste for the text. While we are at it, let's set the position of them. So here we will create a new value. It will be self that button separation. So this will handle how much space we will have between buttons. So for this, let's go with 20 for now. And I will also create a value for button size, the y value of buttons, because all my buttons are of the same size. If you have buttons with different sizes, then you will need to use a more complicated logic. If you need, you can let me know in the comment section, so I will try to explain. For now, let's use the simple approach. It will be self that. Let's set this 0 at the very beginning. Since we are already handling the buttons here with a for loop, let's add the logic. Self that button height equals, we will use GUI dot get size to get the size of a node, and this time it will be this button we have just find. This will return us a vector 3. That's why if we put that y here, we will simply get the height of it. Now for the first button, I want its position to start from -20. So this is the negative of our button separation value. And for the next one, I want this to start from 160. So if we consider this yellow line or red line as the starting line, the position of this third button will be calculated by the sum of these 3 separation values as well as these 2 buttons. But for simplicity, what I will do is calculate these 2 as a single value and then add this, because for the fourth button we can do the same too. It will be simply 3 times button plus separation, and we will also add a new separation. I want to implement this feature for the button positions, so let's use it. Now to implement this, we also need to get the index of our button, so we will do local index equals index. And when calculating the new position, we will go with local new y position, and it will be index -1 times self dot button separation plus self dot button height. Let's not forget the button separation, so when setting the position of a button, we will not start from the very top, and instead we will leave some margin for the button, and then we can use a local new position, which will be vector method vector 3. We don't want to change the x or z position, so they will stay as 0 For the y, we will use the new y position and z will stay as the same. Lastly, we will use GUI dot set position to set the position of this button. This is our button. So paste this here and give the new position. Let's test it. And it doesn't look alright because we have to give them as negative values. So let's test this one again. And yeah, it looks alright. But we also need to change the size of our button container. So let's handle it. So first we will need to know how many buttons we have on this table. Unfortunately, you can't get the size of a table with Lua unless it is created with integer indexes like an array. That's a fascinating language. And because of Lua, we have to do it ourselves. Thankfully, it is not too much of a problem. We need to create a new variable, button count. Then let's start from 0. After that, for every button in the buttons table, we will use button count equals button count plus 1. Now when calculating for the height of the button container, we will use a similar logic to this one. So let's copy this, paste. Instead of new position y, let's use new y. Height, we don't have an index, and what we require is the largest index, which will be 4 when this button count is calculated. So we will use button count. Let's copy this too, but we will not have it as a negative value. It will be a positive since it is high. And lastly, let's use GUI dot set size on the button container. For the size, it will be new size. Let's change the name of this and try again. Didn't work because we cannot set size on auto size nodes. We need to change it on the button container, set the size mode to manual. Test again, and it is gone. Why? Because we set the x value of it to 0. Instead, we need to use GUI dot get size for the button container and use the initial x value on it, so we will not change its x value. Instead, we will only change the y, and z was 0 anyway. Let's test it. We can see it, but we are ignoring the last button, and that's because our calculation initially was 4 buttons, and the new button starts from this point. Instead of subtracting 1 here, we can simply say button count. Let's test again, and it works. Let's change the button separation to 50 and test again. And 100. Let's test it. And yes, we can actually see that some button is on the bottom, but it is not visible. We need to scroll down to see it properly. And it is time for the scrolling logic. Let's press F6 to open the left panel, go to our input folder, and on the mouse triggers, I will select button left and call it left click. Then I will have button right for right click. We will need it. And let's move the on message down for now. Close this tab. And I want to check for scrolling up and down only if we are on the container. So let's use if on container. Then we will have the button logic here. So let's check if action ID equals hash left click. We use hash for actions too. This was the name we set on the input binding file, and we are checking if our action ID is left click. I just realized what I needed was not left click or right click, instead it was scroll up and down. So let's add them to it is wheel up, so it will be scroll up. So let's go back. Instead of left click, we will use scroll up. Now when this is true, then let's do print action dot value. And here, let's test. Now if I try to scroll up here, it will do nothing. not here too, but on this part it will work. So we get values between 0 and 1. We will only apply the logic when it is 1 to have more control over it. But there is one problem. It is also working on this part because since we have set the size of the container to a larger value, even if we cannot see it, our mouse still is on that area. So on the left panel, instead of using the button container, let's use the slide panel because its size ends here. So in this part we will not check it. So for the on container, I will not change the name. Instead of I will use slider panel. Let's test again. Works here but not here. Since action value can change, let's also add and action that value equals 1. If so, I want to change the position of our container. For this, let's create a value and call it self.scroll amount. I will set this as 20 for now. So let's first get the local position equals GUI dot get position. And the node will be self.button container. This will get us its position, and we will simply add vector method vector3 with 0 self.scroll amount and 0. So we will first get the position of our button container and increase its y value. This way it will move up when we are scrolling up. Then we will use GUI.setPosition. Node will be self.button container. And for position we will use the local value. Let's test it. And I can scroll up, but what I want to do is simply stopping when the bottom part of this container reaches to the bottom of the slider panel. So let's first clamp this value. I want the position that y to be vector method clamp. The value will be position that y. You give the value here and it will limit that value between minimum and maximum. Let's see a correct result. I will first change this y to 1000 so we can test it. If I move this up, I want the minimum position to be 0. And I want the maximum position to be 200, which is basically the size of container on the y minus size of slider panel on the y. So for the minimum value, we can simply go with 0 and the maximum value will be a new value. So local max equals GUI dot get size of our self dot button container. We will get the y value and subtract GUI dot get size with self dot slider panel and y. So the max value will be set here. Let's test it. I will scroll up and I cannot scroll up anymore because we have hit the maximum value. This is good, so I will copy them and paste as else if this one will check for scroll down. When scrolling up and down, the value we check is 1, so it doesn't become -1 for scroll down. Instead of adding the value, we will simply subtract, so it will move down. Let's test it. I can move up and down. It is working alright. We have a working slider. Now when I hover on buttons, nothing happens and I am not sure if it is detecting. So let's add a feature. So when we hover on a button, it will scale up, and if we are not hovering on it, it will return to its original scale. Alright, we can add that feature for each button one by one, or we could traverse all of them and check if we are hovering on the button. We are already traversing all the buttons. But now I just realized we don't even need the key here, and instead of key, I will simply use value. It was a mistake on my side, sorry for that. It isn't wrong to use the key, but it is unnecessary, so let's change it to value. Alright, and it will traverse through all buttons here. And when hovering them, we will check if GUI.pickNode returns true for the button. If it is, that means our mouse is currently on the button, so we are going to scale it up. Let's use value.button. Again, we will get the cursor position, so it will be action.x and action.y. If this is true, then we are going to use GUI.set scale to change the scale of a node. The node will be value.button, and I want to scale it by 10%, so it will be 1.1. But since scale is a vector, we need to give it as a vector, so it will be vector.vector3 with 1.1. Else, if we are not hovering on the button, then we are going to set the scale of it back to 1. Let's end this here. Also end the for loop. Let's test it, so we will see if the change we have made here broke the game and the scaling feature is working. And yes, it is working. But we can improve it slightly. Currently, we are checking for all buttons whenever we have an input. Instead, we can check only when we are on the container, because the container is actually this bluish panel. So we will not try to check for every button when we are moving our mouse on a place where buttons are not present. So we will check if self.on container, then we can paste it and close the if. Test again. And yeah, it is working. I will end this video here, so on the next part we can start implementing functionality to our GUI. When we click on a button, it will actually do something and affect the gameplay. If you like the video, please like and subscribe. I will share this project on my itch.io page as part 7, so you can go and download it from there. In this part, we will continue working on our GUI and add new features. For now, I have some buttons on my GUI, and I will add some new buttons. I will add an unlock bomb button, increase max HP button, increase HP regen button, but I guess increase isn't needed because we didn't add it for the previous buttons, so let's delete them. And also let's add one more button for fire range, so we can increase the range we can shoot enemies. Now I have 8 new buttons, let's add them to our GUI. I want the unlock bomb to be on index 3, so it will come before the bomb damage and interval. So the damage will be on the 4th index and the interval will be on the 5th. Now I have added all the buttons, let's test it. And yes, all the buttons have been added, but they all have the same text, so let's create a function that sets their text. For it, I will create a function here. Now to be able to set text, I need to know what the text should be. So here I will add a new variable which will say button text. It will be a string. I will add this to all buttons. Now I could have included this from the very beginning, but I am trying to show a process where you try to get started with default and game development, so it may be difficult to see all the variables you will need for the final game, so I am only implementing them as we need. For the bullet damage, it will say increase bullet damage, and I will also fill up the other parts. Alright, I have all the text ready, so we can use them. I will copy these 2 lines and paste them on the set text because we are going to traverse the buttons table on our self table. We don't need to get the button, but we will need the text, so let's save this on a variable. Local text equals value.text actually. We don't need to use the GUI.get node because when we call this set text, the text node will already be saved under value.text. So we will have these fields filled. And for now, we can do GUI.setText for the node. Let's use the text node. And for the text, we are going to use value.button text because the value currently is this table. So when we do value.text, it gets us the text node, and when we do .button text, it will get us the string. So we will set this string on the text node, and that's it. We also need to call this, so let's call this at the end. Let's test again, and it is working. We can see what all the buttons are doing, and also the line break is working properly. Now there is something I want to change. I want to hide the increased bomb damage and bomb interval, so they will be only visible after we click on the unlock bomb button. So let's go there, find the bomb interval and bomb damage and disable them. Let's test again, and they are hidden. But the problem is that even though they are hidden, the buttons are still spaced like they are visible, and we need to change this. So we are going to make some changes on our GUI script. Now the first thing I want to do is copying this part and saving it into a separate function, because if we happen to call this for loop a few times for setting the position of buttons, I don't need to set the GUI nodes for each of them every time, and this will also make sure that when I am trying to use the value.button, we can say for sure that it has this button value and text value set. So here let's create a new function for finding buttons and text. Let's save this and end here. This will basically find all the buttons and text. Then we can use find button and text with self. This way we can simply delete these lines. I will also carry the set text right after it, and we can use it because we already know the value.text is found thanks to this function. I will then cut this part and we'll save them on a new function. So let's create place buttons, or maybe position buttons, and I will paste them here. Let's call the function here and test it. Alright, nothing has been broken. Now the first three buttons are placed correctly because the index for these buttons are 1, 2, and 3. Then the hidden buttons are 4 and 5. And the next button is 6. But what we need to do is actually only count the visible buttons. So the indexes will go like 1, 2, 3, and 4. But we can't simply overwrite the index value on this table because we are going to need them after we have clicked on the unlock bomb button. I want the new bomb related buttons to come right after the bullet buttons. So instead of overriding them, we will create a local index value. So here we are going to create a local index variable, and I will traverse all the buttons that has an index value less than the button we are checking for. So let's say we are checking for the bomb interval and it has the index value as 5. So we will only check for the index values 1, 2, 3, and 4 because the changes that are made on the indexes greater than 5 will not affect it. This way I will create a if statement here, if. So let's first change the name here. It will be internal value. So if the internal value dot index is less than our own index, so it will be value dot index. And we also need to check if the node is enabled, so we will use GUI dot is enabled. For the node, we are going to use value dot button. Then we are going to do something here and also close the for loop. This internal value is the internal traverse we do for all the buttons, and we are going to only consider buttons with index value less than ours. And also we are going to check if the button that comes before us is indeed enabled. If that's the case, we are going to do index equals index plus 1. This way we will only increase the index of the current button when the button that comes before it is visible. This looks alright, so let's check it and see if there is a problem. And it isn't working. Why? The first problem is that we have disabled the button prefab and not the button itself, so let's actually disable the buttons. This is the first thing. And also I can see a problem here, and we are not checking for the internal button but the button, so we are going to use internal value dot button. This way we are going to check if the button that comes before us is enabled or not. So let's test it. And yes, now the buttons are indeed positioned properly. One more thing to fix is that the button container size is still considering the hidden buttons as buttons because we are increasing the button count here. Instead, we can simply use if GUI dot is enabled value dot button, then increase the button count. This should fix it, and let's test it. And yes, this is the limit of the scrolling, and it is working properly. And another advantage this approach will provide is that if you happen to have buttons with different sizes, then you can actually create a local button total height and then increase it with this, but instead use internal value. This will actually calculate the button position, and you know what, let's use it even though we don't need it, because this way, even if you happen to have buttons with different sizes in height, then the code will adjust itself properly. This will get us the button total height, so this way we can do button separation. So we will not multiply the button height with the index -1. Instead, we are going to add the button total height. Let's test if it is working. And yeah, if you change the size of a button, let's change this one to maybe 300 in height and test it. This will work for the buttons. They will be placed properly, but it will not work for the container. So let's do a small change on the container too. This way it is going to adjust itself properly. And for this you can actually create a variable here, which will be the local max button height, which will be 0 at first. And here we can make a check. If button total height plus GUI dot get size with value dot button. So this is where the button starts. So like it is starting from this position, and then we are going to add height of the button to it. So we will calculate the position of that point. And after that we are going to add a small separation for the bottom of the button container, and then use that as the position. So if the button total height plus GUI dot get size with value that button is greater than max button height, then max button height equals this new value. So this will be set a few times because we don't know in what order the buttons will be traversed through from the table. But when the for loop is checking for the button that is enabled and has the highest index, max button height will be overridden for the last time. And so for the new height, we can actually use max button height plus the button separation. And of course, when making the calculations, we need to get the y value of the size, otherwise it will throw an error. And same for this part too, because you cannot add integers to vectors. Let's test it. Seems to be working alright, but I cannot see the fire range. Let's try to see why it isn't showing the fire range button. I guess we also need to consider the index because adding only one separation will not be enough. So let's create a local max index, and here we are going to do max index equals the index value we have calculated here plus 1, because this only considers for buttons that comes before the fire range, and adding 1 will also include it. And then we can do self.button separation times max index. And yes, we can see the fire range too, and it is working. Now our UI is even more responsive. If I simply change the size of it and clear the size override, it will return the original size from the prefab. Let's test again. And yeah, it is still working. It didn't break anything. Alright, I think this makes our GUI a lot better than our first implementation. It is responsive. We have proper functions for different logics. So if we want to change something with setting text or assigning buttons, then we will know where to look at. Also, Defold has released a new version 1.12.3. In case you don't know, Defold releases a new version each month. So you get around 11 to 12 update each year. And with the last update, they have implemented this structure feature. So when you click on a function, it takes you there. You can also scroll from here or scroll up and down, but this is quite nice, and you can even see the internal parts of the function. You can see the tables you have created, even the values on them. So it is quite nice. And I hope this will make following tutorials easier. Now before I finish this tutorial, I want to implement the logic. So when we click on the unlock bomb button, we will hide the unlock bomb button and instead show the bomb damage and bomb interval button. So let's come here. Here we are already checking for hovering or on buttons. So we can use this part for the clicks, because we will only need to check for clicks if we are on the button. So we will do if action ID equals hash, and let's go to our input binding file and see we already have a left click for button left input. So we can simply go with left click and action dot. So for the internal part, we need to satisfy 3 conditions. The first one is that we are going to be on the button. So the cursor will be on the button. And then we have left clicked, and then action.pressed is true. By adding this, we are making sure the internal part will be only called for the frame when we click the button for the first time. Otherwise, the internal part may be called multiple frames. So we are here traversing the buttons. Let's go to our buttons table, and on it we have prefab ID. I will be using these prefab IDs to check for buttons. So here I am going to use if value that prefab ID equals unlock bump, then we are going to do GUI dot set enabled with value dot button, and then we are going to use false, so it will not be enabled. We are going to disable the unlock bomb button since we have clicked on it. Let's copy this line, paste twice, and I want to enable the self dot buttons dot bomb damage button, and then also bomb interval button, but they will be true. And if the button is unlock bomb, then we are going to disable our bomb button and enable the other two buttons. Since we are changing the button visibility, we can use position buttons function to reposition the buttons. Position buttons with self. Alright, let's test it. Unlock bomb attack. And no, it says the bomb damage is a table, and it is right because bomb damage is this table. We need to look for the buttons. It's my bad. Let's check for that button. Here too. One more time. I am clicking on other buttons and nothing is happening. Click on this and I can see the increased bomb damage and decreased bomb interval buttons. I can still scroll up and down. The container size has been set properly. Everything seems to be working fine. So for this part, we have changed some logic from our UI. We have created 3 separate functions instead of handling everything on the init function. And we also improved our responsiveness. So now our logic can handle buttons of different sizes. And the container size is also being set properly. If you are new to game development, these parts may feel a bit complicated, so feel free to ask any questions you have in mind. If you like the video, please like and subscribe. I will share this project on my itch.io page as part 8, I think. On the last part, we have implemented some new features to our GUI, so now even if I change the size of the buttons, it adapts well. Like this, and I can also unlock the bomb. Now on this part, we will try to implement the functionality for other buttons. So when we click on them, we will be able to increase the bullet damage, bullet interval, bomb damage, bomb interval, and so on. To handle this, I will be using the Game Manager Lua module. For this reason, we will create a bunch of tables on the Game Manager module, and we will access it from different scripts so that our GUI will communicate with other scripts via Game Manager. We will make the change on the Game Manager, and when firing or increasing our HP, we will be accessing Game Manager to get the correct value. For this, let's create a table. First one will be current skill levels. It will be a table. On this table, I will have a bunch of variables. Here we will keep our levels for the skills we can have. For example, we will have a bullet damage skill, so it will start from 1. And so this is how our table looking like. We have bullet damage, bullet interval, HP regeneration, max HP, bomb interval, bomb damage, and hit range. Since these are levels, they will all start from 0. This is the first table we are going to use. Now we will create a new table for the skill effects. I will copy all these values under the new table and we'll change the value. For example, the bullet damage will be 1.2. The skill effects table will be used when we are upgrading our skills. If the bullet damage is 10 at the very beginning and we level it once, then we will multiply the bullet damage with the skill effect, which will increase it to 12. And the next one will be 14.4 and so on. So they will increase exponentially. And of course we will increase the cost exponentially too to balance it. Bullet interval will be 0.9 because I want the interval to go down instead of going up. So it will be less than 1 and I will fill the values as I see fit, but we will be changing them a lot for balancing the game. Alright, these are the values that we will use. Let's copy the whole table and paste it. We also need a cost table, so it will be skill cost, and this is going to be the cost for buttons when we click on them, and every time we increase the level of a skill, I am planning to multiplying the cost by 2, so the cost will increase faster than the skill effect, which will stop the player from getting too strong to the point where the game becomes too easy. The bullet damage can start with 5 gold, interval will be 7, I think these values are alright. Also we will need a table for the base stats. So we will create this player stats table, and on it we will have some values. For example, we will have an isBomb unlocked value, which will start as false at the very beginning. Let's also save the bullet damage values. Bullet can start with 10 as its base damage. Bullet speed can also be saved here, but you don't have to. Initial shoot interval can be 2 seconds. Bomb interval 3 seconds. Bomb damage with 20 base damage, maybe 25. We can have max HP off. 100 HP regen can start with 2. We will also keep our gold amount here, 0 at the very beginning. Lastly, we will have hit range. And for it, let's check what is the range we currently have. On the island, we have this fire range and its size is 900. Let's keep it here. And so yeah, this is the values we are going to have. I will also make these skill levels for now. So we have player stats, skill levels, skill effects, and skill cost. Similar to the enemy spam logic, this is an approach I have used before for different games, and I think it works well for small to mid-sized games. But of course you can always change and implement your own upgrade system. For now, we will keep going with this. Let's start implementing the logic of upgrades. The structure isn't visible. I will close this one and open back. It is visible. If the structure isn't visible, you can close the script and open it back, and it is fixed. On our onInput function, here we check what button we have clicked for. But if you have noticed, the names I have used, bullet damage, is basically the same name with the prefab ID, and the button same with bullet interval, HP regen, max HP. I guess the only difference is fire range, so let's change the hit range to the fire range. This way we will actually avoid having multiple ifs here, because the logic I have implemented will make it possible. So we are going to create a few functions and then apply the skill upgrade using these tables and the bullet and the button name. The only button that works different from the upgrade buttons is unlock bomb, since we already have it here. If I put an else here, that means any button we will add here will be a skill that can be improved using these tables. So here I will create a local variable. Local prefab ID equals value dot prefab ID. Now we have the prefab ID. For example, we have clicked on the bullet damage. What I want to do is first check if the gold I have is greater than the cost of the skill. To access the game manager, let's create it here. Game manager equals require scripts game manager. And then we check if game manager dot player stats dot gold amount is greater or equal to game manager dot skill cost with prefab ID. So we will compare the gold amount we have with the cost of the bullet damage skill, and if it is greater than that, then we can actually increase our skill. So here we will increase the level of the skill we are going for, which is defined by the prefab ID. So it will be game manager that skill levels with prefab ID equals game manager skill levels prefab ID. You can access the internal of a table with putting a dot or using square braces. But since the prefab ID is a variable, we are going to use it as a string in the braces. And we will increase the level by 1. After that, since we have increased the level, that means the cost of the skill should also go up. So let's do it. It will be game manager skill cost with prefab ID equals game manager skill cost prefab ID times 2. So I will multiply the value by 2 and increase it exponentially. We also need to apply it now. We have increased our skill level, we have increased our cost, but we also need to apply the skill effect. And for this, we are going to use the skill effect on the player stats, and we will multiply the bullet damage on the player with the skill effect bullet damage. So it will be game manager player stats with prefab ID equals game manager player stats prefab ID times game manager skill effects with prefab ID. So the 10 will be multiplied with 1.2 and we will get 12 as our bullet damage. Let's close the left panel so it will be easier to see the whole code. And since we have used our gold to increase the skill level, we also need to decrease it. So let's copy this and paste here. Game manager player stats gold amount equals the same amount minus game manager dot skill cost with prefab ID. So we will decrease the cost of the skill from the gold, but of course we need to decrease this before we increase the cost, otherwise we are going to decrease the gold more than we should. Let's add a print statement and see if it is working. For this cost, the cost is updated value, but it isn't important as we just want to see if it is working. Let's also put an else statement here, so if we don't have enough gold, it will actually tell us. Let's test it. I will click on this and it says not enough gold, and so on. HP regen is throwing an error, probably because of the prefab ID. Let's see. Yes, it is not HG regen, but it is HP regen. Let's check if any other is wrong. Yes, here too. And yeah, it should work. For now, let's have 100 gold for test and play the game. And yes, I have increased the skill, but after I have used my gold, I am not able to increase the skill anymore. The numbers are double of what they should be, so the first increase was for 5 gold and 10, so this is 20 and 40. It totals 75. The next one requires 80, so we don't have it. But it is difficult to use the print, so let's make it so that we can see it on the text. So to make the buttons show the gold, we have the text node. I guess I can change the name to text node here too, so it will be less confusing. Then let's also create a local text equals value dot button text. Then instead we can use the text as the text that will be shown. This will say increase bullet damage, for example, then I can put 2 dots to concatenate, add a new string, and put a space here. I want this to say 4 gold, for example. But we will get this number from the game manager. So let's create a local cost equals game manager dot scale cost with value dot prefab ID. This will get us the cost. So I will delete this, close the string, then use toString with the cost. Since cost is a integer, we are going to use toString to turn it into a string. 2 dots again, and close the parentheses. Let's test it, and we can see it. We need to add the G here, and unlock bomb attack isn't present. So I will first add a G here, go to my game manager. I will also add the unlock bomb to the skill cost table, which can be 20 gold. If the button is unlock bomb, then we are going to handle it here. Alright, let's test it, but before that, we also need to call the setText function, so the change after we have clicked will be applied. setText with self, and let's test it. And it is working properly. We will now change 2 things. The first one is adding a new check here. Right now we are only checking if we are on the button, but we do not check if the button is enabled or not. That's why let's add a check here that says and GUI dot is enabled with value dot button. We get the value from here. We are still on this for loop. No need for recursive. So this will ensure we can only click on buttons that are enabled. Let's also add a new check here for the unlock bomb button. So we will only be able to click on it if we have more than 20 gold. That is the cost of the unlocking bombs. And game manager that player stats that gold amount is greater than or equal to game manager that skill cost that unlock bomb. If that is the case, let's do this. Game manager gold amount equals game manager gold amount minus the bomb cost. After that, we also need to call the setText, so the change will be applied on the setText. Let's also add a print statement for now with gold amount. So we can actually see how much gold we have left. Let's test. At the very beginning we have 100. If I click on the increased bullet damage, it is increased. We have spent 5 gold on it. I will click on the unlock bomb and we have spent 20 on it. Let's go to our left panel GUI, and not on the button container but on the left panel I will add a new node like north, which will be south. Size isn't important. I will set the adjust mode to stretch. The pivot will be south, and it will be placed somewhere around here. Let's set its position. This one will be 210 with minus 540 is actually correct. So under the south I will add a new text, which will stay somewhere around here. I will scale the text up by 2. Let's select a font, keep the color as white. This one will say gold, 100 gold, dash, and HP equals maybe 100 of 100. Seems to be alright. This one will be stats text. We can decrease this to 50. And yes, it looks good. I will move this down a little bit. And I guess after we set the text, we don't need this. I will create a new function for it, because if I implement the logic in the setText function, then every time I change HP or gain gold, we will set this text on all buttons. It is not needed, so let's create a new function. local function set stat text, local text equals an empty string for now. Let's get the local gold equals game manager dot player stats with gold amount. Local max HP equals game manager player stats max HP. Local HP equals game manager player stats and HP. We don't have the HP, so let's add it after the max HP equals 100 at first, and the text, and we'll say gold. And lastly, we are going to use GUI.setText. For the node, we will create a new variable on the init, so it will be self.stats text equal GUI.getNode with stats text, I think. Let's check. And yes. So for the node, we will use self.stats text, and the text will be this string. We can call this at the very beginning, set stat text with self, and then we will also call this here. Now every time set text is called, we are also going to call the set stats text, but every time the stat text is updated, we will not call this function. That's why we have separate functions, but it is alright to put them in the same function too. We will call this here and here. Let's test it. If I do this, it will work, but decrease bullet damage is throwing an error that says some value is nil. Let's check it. It is bullet damage we have, but we don't have bullet interval on the player stats, I guess. It is shoot interval here, so let's change this to bullet interval. Let's test again, and it is working. We can see the gold. Alright, now it is easy to handle the changes from the GUI script, but the stats will change not only when we click on the buttons, but when we kill the enemies or when they reach our island and decrease our HP. So for example, let's open our enemy ship and scroll down. When the enemy has reached our island, it is sending a change HP message to our island. So if we go to our island and on the on message, if we receive the change HP message, we are calling the change HP function. And we have this self HP change here, but we actually don't need those bomb interval values on our self table or bullet interval on our self table. Same with the HP. These values can stay here, but for the rest, we are going to access our game manager. So let's first add the game manager here. It will be local game manager equals require game manager. And let's change the self.bullet interval to game manager dot player stats dot bullet interval. This way, we will be able to access the change bullet interval immediately. Same with the bomb interval, so we are going to access the bomb interval from the player stats on the game manager module. And also instead of self HP, HP on the player stats. No need for this. But since we are changing the HP here, what we need to do is sending a message to our left panel and telling it to update the text. So let's do message that post. The receiver will be the GUI with left panel. So let's do this. We are going to send the message to our GUI game object and left panel component. The message will say update stats. No need to send the HP because it is already on the game manager so it has access to it. Let's also change the left panel GUI, and on the message, if we receive if message ID equals hash with update stats, then we are going to update the stats. So set stat text with self, and we will add here. So with default, we don't simply do GUI left panel dot update stats or set stat text. We can do that. Instead, we send a message and then call the function from the game object. We have the function on. Let's test it and see if the enemy will change our HP. The first ship is approaching and I think it will not reach the island, so it will not change the HP, but the second one will hit us and the HP is decreased by 15 and it is working. We can even go beyond the 0, but we will implement the lose logic later. For now it is fine. Now I think the change on the island script is alright, so I will close it. Then we can start applying the change on the enemy ship script. Let's see if there is anything we have to change here. Doesn't seem like it, because the speed, HP or damage of the ships isn't affected by the game manager. Let's check for the bomb. Then yes, it changed the damage. As you can see, we have a self damage amount, which we don't need actually. I will delete this, and instead of self damage amount, we are going to use game manager, which we already have here, that player stats that bomb damage. That is alright, no need to change speed or enemies in range. And yes, looks alright. I will change the bullet script to the speed of the bullet is set actually here, but since we don't have a skill for it, I will delete this so bullet can handle its speed too. Let's delete the damage amount and instead again call game manager, but this time we need to edit, so we will go local game manager equals require game manager, and here we will do game manager that player stats bullet damage, and it is also done. For the enemy ship, now that I think about it, after we destroy an enemy ship, I want to gain some gold, so let's add some stats for the gold. Gold equals maybe 5 golds from a simple ship. Gold equals 12 from a fast ship, and gold equals 20 from a strong ship. This way, if the enemy ship HP drops below 0, before it is deleted, it will send a message to the GUI left panel that will say update stats. No need for a table, but before that we need to use game manager that player stats that gold amount equals game manager player stats gold amount plus self dot gold. But of course, let's add this to self dot gold equals stats type with gold. This way each ship will only use its own gold value, and then we will update the gold amount we have on the game manager, and when the update stats message is received, it will update the text node. Enemy spawner can stay as the same, no need to change the explosion, and I think it is alright. Let's test it. For example, if I increase the bullet interval, we will see that bullets are being fired faster, and yes, it is a lot faster. We are also gaining gold. So let's unlock bomb. We actually start with bomb, so we need to fix. Let's go to our island on the spawn bomb. Let's add a new check here, and game manager that player stats that is bomb unlocked is true. Then we can throw bombs. This check will make sure if it is not true at the very beginning, which should be the case, then we will not throw bombs. Let's also check if we are making it true after we unlock the bomb, and no, so let's add it here too. Game manager that player stat is bomb unlocked equals true, and let's test it. I will decrease the bullet interval for now. We can fire bullets, but not bombs. If I unlock the bomb, we will start throwing bombs too. I guess we have one more thing to implement, which is HP regeneration. Let's create a new variable here, self HP regen time spent, which will be 0. On the update, we will do self date HP regen time spent equals self dot HP regen time spent plus delta. Let's also add a self dot HP regen interval, which can be 3 seconds. We will do if self dot HP regen time spent is greater than or equal to self dot HP regen interval. Then we will do game manager that player stats that HP equals game manager player stats HP plus game manager player stats dot HP regen. We will increase our HP by the regeneration amount. We will send a message to the GUI sharp left panel, I guess, change stats, and we are also going to set this as 0. This should enable the regeneration. Let's also add a print so we can see it. I guess it wasn't change stats, but update stats. And also we need to make sure that our HP is between 0 and max HP, otherwise the regen will actually increase our HP to values greater than the max HP. For this, I will do stats HP equals vector met dot clamp. The value will be HP, minimum value will be 0, and maximum value will be player stats dot maximum HP. Let's test it. HP regen is cold. It is 85, but it has increased by 2. As you can see, it is difficult to see when it keeps going down, but whenever we update the HP, it is making sure it is clamped between 0 and 100, so it is not going down too much. So in this part, we have implemented logic for skills, so when we click on buttons, it actually decreases our gold, increases our skill, and applies the effect on our gameplay. We have HP regeneration, and when enemy ships reach to our island, we lose HP. When we destroy the ships, we gain gold, and so on. This is almost a fully fledged game. I will end this part here and share this project on my itch.io page as part 9. On the last part, we have implemented logic for skills and level ups, where we can level up all our skills except the fire range. In this part, we will implement the fire range logic. Then we are going to create a new level for loose screen, and on it we will have a replay button, which will require us to actually reset the changes we have made on these tables, because with the way it is right now, after we have made the change on them, it will not be easy to get the original values, so we will fix it. For now, let's close the scripts we don't need. Now on the island, we have this fire range. I will for now hide the background sprites. On the island, the fire range has 900 in diameter. I want to add a new component to our island, and this will be fire range sprite. The image will be hand-drawn atlas, and for the animation, select the large circle. If I scroll down, you will see that the size of the circle is 477, which will make the scaling quite difficult because it is difficult to get a correct fit with an easy to calculate value. To solve this issue, on the assets and hand drawn, I will open the large circle and on it right click, open with paint. Here I will resize this, select pixel and 450 will do it. I will save this and close. Since 450 is half of the 900, we can simply use 2 as the scale. No need to scale on Z. And this will make calculating the new scale for the sprite a lot easier. Also, we have this collision shape, which we need to change the diameter of it. And for this reason, we are going to name it so we can actually access it from the script to resize it. This will be fire range collision. On the left panel GUI, if I scroll down on input, here we are applying the skill level up effect. No need for the print anymore. But these parts are applied for all buttons except the unlock bomb button. But what I want to do is sending a message to the island when we increase our fire range skill. To do this, first let's separate the fire range logic. So let's do if prefab id equals fire range. Then and by simply adding if checks here, you can code unique functionalities for buttons too, so they can have effect on your game by not only changing the values on the game manager, but also doing other things. So here we will do message.post and send a message to our island. The island game object has this URL. The message ID will say fire range updated. And no additional information is needed because we are already changing the fire range value on the game manager thanks to this part. So on the island and on message, we are going to catch that message. If the message ID equals hash fire range updated, it needs to be a string, then end. So here we are going to do two things. First, we are going to get the circle from the collision shape, change its diameter, and then also scale up the sprite. For this, let's create a local circle equals physics.getShape. We can use physics.getShape to get a collision shape. For the URL, we will get the URL of the collision object. So let's copy the URL of it and paste here. We are already on the island game object, so no need to specify island here. You can do it too, but it is not needed. And the shape will be the name of the shape, so under it let's copy this and paste here. And now we can simply do circle.diameter. You can see the properties it has. On the properties panel, it has a diameter, and if you bring your cursor on it, it will say available as diameter in editor scripts. So circle.diameter will be game manager dot player stats dot fire range. After you have updated the circle, then you need to apply the change. So we will use physics dot set shape, and URL and shape will stay as the same. But for the table, we are going to send the circle. Because if we click on the get shape, control space and control space again, you will see that it gets collision shape data from a collision object and returns a table. That's why we can use it as a table on this set shape. And also we need to apply the scale on our fire range sprite. I will copy this part. For now, the range collision is 900, that's why we have the scale of 2, but let's say if this was 1350, then we will require 3 as the scale, because what the scale is basically collision diameter divided by 450, which is the size of the sprite. So I will take the spec, go to the island, and we need to calculate the scale. So let's create local scale value equals game manager dot player stats fire range divided by 450. Local scale will be a vector using this scale value for x and y, but z can stay as 1. So x and y will be scale value, z will stay as 1. Then lastly we will use GameObject.set to set the scale of the sprite. The URL of the sprite is fire range sprite. The property of it is scale. The value is the scale variable we have just created. No need for options, so I will delete it. I will go to my game.project, filter for debug. On the physics, I will enable debug so I can actually see the collision shape. I will run the game, increase the fire range, and you will see that the fire range is scaled up properly. Also, if you look closely, you can see the sprite here. It is difficult to see because both sprite and the background is white. To solve this issue, we can apply a tint to our sprite. So on the init, let's do sprite set constant. The URL will be fire range sprite with hash. The constant we want to change is tint, and the value we want to apply will be a vector 4, because colors are 4-dimensional vectors, RGB and alpha value for visibility. The red value will be 0.2, green value will be 0.8, blue value can also be 0.2, and I want to give 0.5 as the alpha value, so it will be semi-transparent. Let's run this, and now we can see the circle better. If I increase the range, you will see that the circle also matches the collision shape. Let's disable the debug and run the game. If I increase the fire range, now it is easier to see. I will decrease the alpha value to 0.2. On our input binding, let's add a new key for maybe R, which will be the like this, because I want to be able to hide and see the fire range. For this, let's first create a variable here, self.isRange. Visible equals true at the very beginning, and on the onInput function we are going to change things, but we don't have the onInput, so let's add it. Function onInput and it. So the if action id equals hash range and action that pressed, then what we are going to do is inverting the self.isRange visible to not self.isRange visible. To show or hide the sprite, we can use message.post. The receiver will be fire range sprite, and the message ID will change depending of the self.isRange visible. If self.isRange visible is true, then we will do enable. If not, it will be disabled. So what this does is basically checking if range is visible, then set this part as enabled. If not, it is set as disabled. Since we have input, we also need to acquire input. So on the init, let's do message.post receiver will be ourselves. The ID will say acquire input focus. Let's test it. If I click on R, I can show and hide it. I am also getting some errors because the input here is a key input, so it doesn't have any action X or Y value, because we will get the position value on the action if we are moving our cursor. So we could add a check here. If action.x and action.y, so we have these values, then do these checks. Let's test again. And yes, no error. Let's go back to our island, so that when the fire range is updated, what we are going to do is copying this part, pasting it here, so when we actually update it, the new value is range visible will be true. This way we are going to see it. So if I hide it and increase the fire range, then it will be visible again. Alright, this is it for the fire range. I think it is quite nice. Let's create a new collection. So when the island HP drops below 0, we can change the scene to the loose scene. So on the main, we have 3 collections. We have level 2 and level 3, which was used for demonstration purposes. And on our main collection, we have already level 2. I will change the name of this to Game Over. And also we can change the name of this to Game Over 2. No need for the level 3, so I will delete it. The collection is already selected. On the Game Over collection, we have this label which we don't need, so I will delete it. Let's close this and Game Manager 2 for now. And on the resources and GUI, I will right click New GUI component and it will be Game Over GUI. Let's add the textures. Let's add the font. So we can start. I will not try to make a fancy Game Over screen here. So I will add a box. It will be 1922 1080. Position will be 962 by 40. So it is centered. Let's set the adjust mode to stretch. Shall we set a texture? We have this white square, which we could as background, I guess. So let's delete. Select the white square. It is resized, so set the size mode to manual. Change the size to 922 1080. It looks blurry. Let's add a slice 9 with maybe 32. And yeah, I think it is nice. Or we could do 962 by 40 with 2 as the scale, so the outline will look larger. This is better. And on it, let's add a text that says Game Over. Select the font, change the color to black, increase the scale by 4, decrease the size of it to 1 because we don't need it, and move the Game Over text. And let's add a new box, change the color of it. On it, let's add a new text. Select the font that says Replay. Let's scale this by 3. No need for the size because we are going to check for the button. We can add a button, so let's copy this, move down. Alright, I will use this new button as exit button, so let's change the text to exit. Let's rename this button to replay button, and this one will be exit button. Alright, so we have 2 buttons. For this, we will need a GUI script. So on the scripts, GUI, let's right click, new GUI script, call this Game Over GUI script. We will not need the final update, and on message probably. No need for on reload too. On the init, let's create a self.replay button equals GUI.get node. I think the name is replay button, and then self.exit button equals GUI.get node with exit button. Since this is a GUI script, let's acquire input focus message post. We will receive it, and the message will be acquire input focus. And here, similar to our left panel GUI, we are going to check for left click action. So I will simply copy this, paste here. If the action ID is left click and action is just pressed, and it, then we can check if GUI.pick node, the node will be self.exit button. For the position, let's use action.x and action.y. Then we will do system.exit. If you click on the exit and the exit function, system exit 0 quits the game. So this is quite simple. To test it, what we can do is go to our game over collection on the game object, add a component file, select the game over GUI, and on the scene manager, instead of loading level 1, let's load game over. Let's test it. If I click on exit, nothing happens because I haven't attached the GUI script. Let's attach it, run the game again, click on the exit, and it quits the game. And then we could also check if GUI.pickNode with self.replay button is true. Again, action.x and action.y. Once you get used to them, they are basic repetitive tasks. If this happens, we want to send a message to our scene manager, which will basically call the switch to scene function. From the game over GUI, we are going to send a message that post. The receiver will be main scene parent. So let's see our main collection. Scene parent has this URL. So here we will paste it. The message ID will say change scene. The message will carry a table which will have a scene variable with the name of level 1. And on the scene manager, we are going to check if message ID equals hash with change scene and message that scene isn't equal to nil, and then switch to scene with message that scene. So what we are doing is sending a change scene message to the scene parent when we click on the replay button. This way the scene manager can catch the message and use the switch to scene function to switch to the scene. So when we switch to the game over scene, the game manager's current level will be game over, so the game over will be unloaded. The current level will be set as the level 1, which we sent with message.scene. And then when the game over scene is unloaded, it is done, we are going to load the current level, which is the level 1. Let's test it. Click on the replay. But we couldn't unload it because we haven't set the current level to correct one. Let's set this to game over, test again, replay, and we are switching to the level 1. So let's change this back to level 1 because we are going to start from the level 1 for now, and when we lose, we are going to switch to the game over scene. Let's close the main collection. On the game over GUI, we don't have buttons getting larger when we hover on them. We can implement it if we like. So like this, if action.x and action.y, then we will check this one. We use GUI.set scale of the self.exit button, and if we are on the exit button, then the scale will be vector vector 3 with 1.2, 1.2 and 1, or it will be vector vector 3 with 1 for x, y and z. Let's copy this, paste here, and instead of exit button, let's do replay button here too. Let's test it. It is working, and I can exit the game. So now let's add the functionality so that when the island HP drops below 0, we are going to switch to the game over scene. Let's go to our island script, find the change HP function, and let's check if game manager that player stats and HP is less than or equal to 0. Then we are going to message that post. The receiver will be main/. scene parent. The message ID will say change scene, and the message will carry a scene value, which will be game over. Let's end this and run the game. Alright, let's go to our scene manager and load the level 1 instead of game over. Let's check if it is correct on the game manager too. It is. Run the game. We will wait till the island HP reach to 0. And it didn't work. Why? Because we didn't send the correct message. Try again. And yes, when we reach to HP value less than or equal to 0, we have switched to the game over scene, and if I click on the replay, we can go back to the game. Now let's increase the bullet interval for now. And now if I click on the replay, you will see that the decreased bullet interval still requires 56 gold, and our gold isn't 100, and HP also isn't updated. To fix this, we are going to create some functions on the game manager. Let's close the things we don't need. And on the game manager, we are currently modifying player stats, skill levels, skill cost, and so on. But what I'm going to do is copying player stats, skill levels, and skill cost. I will copy them, paste here, and this will be base player stats. And this will be base skill levels. Lastly, the skill cost also changed. So let's have it here, and it will be base skill cost. Skill effects doesn't change because they are constant and only affects other tables. This table itself doesn't change, so I will keep it like that. Since we have these base stats, we can actually simply delete everything in these tables and it will work thanks to the functions we are going to create now. But we can keep them too. It makes things easier with autofill when we are implementing new features. But if you think this looks too messy of a code, you can simply delete these internal parts, because we are going to use functions to simply copy these functions into them. This way we are going to make changes on the tables we have copied from the base ones, and when resetting the game, what we are going to do is again simply copy these values into the empty tables. For this we will create some new functions. Here let's create a function for copying one table into another function, m.copy table, which will have a original table. Let's first create the local copy as an empty table. For key and value in pairs original, do copy key equals value. So what we do here is basically creating an empty table and copying all the key and value pairs from the original table and adding to our table, and then we are going to simply return the copy table. And then we are going to create a new function here. Function m.fill tables. And this, we are going to use this copy table to copy all the tables from base player stats, base skill levels, and base skill cost into the same tables without the base in their name. So first let's empty the tables. So m.player stats, m.skill levels, and m.skill cost. This will empty them, and then we can use m.player stats equals m.copy table, and the original is m.base player stats. This is what we are going to do for the other two tables. So and with this we are going to copy all the original tables into the tables we are going to make some changes. And this also shouldn't affect our other scripts, because as long as these tables are filled and the code access these tables, it should run fine. Since they are empty on the scene manager, we need to make sure that they are filled. So let's use game manager that fill tables to fill those tables before we load any level, otherwise it could cause some problem where the components of the level may try to access some values on these empty tables. And then on the game over GUI script, we are going to access the game manager and use the fill tables to reset the game. Let's create local game manager equals require game manager, and here we will do game manager dot fill tables. Maybe we could rename this to reset tables too, but it is alright. Let's test it. Let's increase the bullet damage. Our HP has changed, the gold is changed, and the level is changed. If I click on replay, you will see that it is reset properly. Also, let's hide this node. It has been bothering me for some time. Let's go to the resources, GUI, left panel, F8 to see the right panel, find the SAT, and disable the visible, so we won't see it. And I will end the part 10 here. In this part we have implemented the fire range level up logic. We have created this new level with the GUI. It has buttons we can click on. They work, and we also have implemented the logic so our game can be played more than once without a problem. I will share this project on my itch.io page as the part 10. You can go and download it if you like. If you have any questions, you can ask on the comment section. In this part, we are going to polish our left panel and game over scene, as well as create the GUI structure for our main menu and maybe even for the pause menu. But we will not implement the GUI logic for the main menu in this part. We are going to do that on the next part. So let's get started. To polish the GUI, I have updated my assets folder. Now it has more sprites, a new font, and a credits file. We'll start from the left panel GUI. Let's move these buttons down so we can see them better. And also let's open our button prefab so we can make some changes on it. But before that, to be able to use the new sprites I have added, we need to include them in our hand-drawn atlas. I have updated the assets to get started file on the itch.io page, so you can download the new version of the file from there. Now on the resources, we have this hand-drawn atlas. It is missing triangle because we weren't using, so I deleted it. So let's delete it. And then on the atlas, right click, add image, and select everything in the assets folder. And OK, let's close it. Now here we have a button and text. The first thing I am going to do is selecting a new texture. This will be blue frame. And we also need to apply some slice 9, but it is already applied and it doesn't look bad. Maybe we could make this 40, even though it will not change anything. But the background is currently transparent, like this. I don't want it, so on the button let's add a new box. The size of the button is 370 to 120. So let's give the same size for now and set the pivot point to north. Now they are overlapping. I will first cut this text and paste back. This way the text will be rendered above the box, because when Defold is rendering nodes, it starts rendering from the oldest to the newest. Since I have pasted the text at the end after cutting it, its order has changed and it is being printed on the top. And I will also change the size of the box so we can see the frame. So let's do 350 to 110 with -5 as the position, or maybe 106 with -7. And now it is looking better. I also want to change the font, but we only have one font. even though I have already included a font here. But with default, you can simply use the TTF format. You need to create a font from that TTF font file. So on the GUI, right click, new, and select font as a resource. And the font name is Ziggy Zo, I guess. Select the font. Now here I will set the size as 100. It will be quite large. I like setting the size for the font large and scaling the fonts down. This way they always look sharp. If you set the size to a smaller value and scale it up, then it will look pixelated. We have many properties here, but since we can use this font as it is, I will not go into details of them. If you are curious about them, you can watch the font tutorial on this channel. Now I will close it. On the fonts, right click, add the new font. I will delete the default because we are not going to use it here. And for the font, select the new font. Obviously it is too large, so we will scale it down, maybe 0.5, and we need to increase the size to 550 maybe, or 650, so the line break will work properly. Let's test it. And I think it looks nice. Since we are going for a hand-drawn style game, this also hand-drawn style font fits well with the game. So now I can close this. Let's also update the text on the left panel for this upgrade text and also start text. On the fonts, add the new font we have created, delete the default. You don't have to delete it, but I will since we don't need it anymore. Select the new font, scale it down to maybe 1, and it looks nice. Also on the start and start text, select the new font, use 0.5 as a scale, or 0.4. And yes, it looks nice. Also, let's update the game over GUI so it will look better. On the notes, we have this box, and I will add a new box on the notes. This will be background. For the texture, it will use grid paper. I will set the position of it to 960 to 540, so it will be centered. It is not covering the whole screen, so let's scale it up with 1.3 on X and Y, but currently it is covering the box node. Again, you can simply cut the box and paste it so it will be rendered over the background. Or what you can do is create a new layer. Let's call this base layer, and on the box select a layer because the nodes with no layer are rendered first and then the nodes with layer are rendered. So the ones with layer will always be rendered over others. But I don't like using layers much, so I will delete it here and unselect from the box. Instead, on the background, I will scroll down, find the blend mode and will select multiply. This way, it will actually cover the whole screen, but will not block other things. For the text, I want to use the new font, so let's add the font. And on the text, select the new font. Scale down. 1.5 is alright, I think. Now here, I will actually delete these two buttons. And on the box, let's right click, add a template. And let's add a button prefab. Let's move this up, Ctrl C and V, and move down. And I will change this text to replay, and I can also scale it up because we don't need line break anymore. Let's call this button replay button, and this one will be quit button instead of exit button, so it will be quit button. And for the text it will say quit. Let's scale this up, and they kinda look alright, but they are too large. So let's set the scale of the buttons to 0.7 maybe, and it is better. Let's move the replay a bit down. Now we need to make changes on the script. Instead of replay button, now our replay button is basically replay button, slash button. So let's add a slash button here. And instead of exit button, we have a quit button here too. Again with slash button, since we are using the button prefab. You don't have to use the prefab here, but since we have already applied the changes on those buttons, there was no need to create similar buttons again, so I am going to use them. You can modify them as you like. But when we are not hovering on them, I want their scale to be 0.7, so let's do it. And when we are hovering, they can be 1. And also let's find all the exit buttons and switch them with quit button. Seems to be alright. We can change the texture too. Let's use orange frame here for the quit button too. And let's test it. Alright, we get this error because we have made a mistake here. It will be quit button and it should work now. Alright, let's test again. I also want this fire range circle to be hidden after 2 or 3 seconds, so we don't have to keep pressing R when we start the game. And it looks alright. Maybe 1 as the scale is too large, so we could set it to 0.85 and we are good to go. Now let's go to our island script. Here we are going to use timer.delay. The delay amount can be 2.5 seconds. It doesn't have to repeat, so it will be false, and the callback will be a function. So we can do function. So whatever you put here, the internal part will be called after 2.5 seconds. So here we are going to scroll down, find the isRange visible code logic, copy it, paste here, and let's simply set this to false. This way the fire range will be hidden and its visibility will be set to false. Let's test it. And yes, I didn't have to press the R key to hide it. Also on the level 1 collection, we have these background sprites. I will delete everything except one, and for it I will select the line paper. Let's move this up. Let's test it. I guess I will scale this down, so we will see more lines. Let's set the scale of the Y to 0.5 since all lines are horizontal. Even if the scale doesn't match on the X and Y, it doesn't look bad. So I will keep it like that. Now for the Y, I will set the position of it to 0, and for the X position, I will do 1500. Let's copy and paste this. Move up. Let's scroll in and make sure the lines match. Alright, let's select both of them, Ctrl C and V. Since the size of the image on the X is 1268, let's decrease it. And now they are covering the whole scene. I will move slightly to the right, maybe a bit more, and try again. Now it looks good. Now we are done with polishing the parts we have created so far. It is time to create a new collection for our main menu. On the main folder, right click, new collection, call it main menu. On the main collection and scene parent, let's right click, add a collection proxy. Main menu again and select the main menu collection. Now on the scene manager, I am going to load the main menu so we can test it. Let's close this too. Close the scripts, left panel, and game over GUI. Now on the resources folder and GUI, right click, new GUI, and call it main menu. Now let's add some textures here. It will be our hand-drawn atlas, and for the font, I will be using the new font we have created. Let's add a root node, center it, set the size to 1920 to 1080, and also make sure to set the adjust mode to stretch so it will always cover the whole screen. Set the size mode to manual, and on the texture, select the simple paper as the background. Now we are only going to create the structure here, but will not do coding. So for now, we are going to create two layers. The first layer will be main layer. 1400 for the X and 800 for the Y. Looks good for the main layer, but it will not be visible, so the size doesn't really matter much. Let's also set this to stretch. Now on the main layer, let's add a text and select the font. Set the color to a dark color, and for the text, we will use Paper Pirates. This will be the name of our game. I will use a dark blue for the texture. For the color, let's scale it up. Use W to move upward a bit more, and also scale up even more. Now we are able to get a very large text without getting pixelated fonts, thanks to setting the font size on the font file large. If it was small, we wouldn't be able to use a text of this size. But this time I will not use the templates. You can, but we don't have to. Let's set the size mode to manual, select the red frame, use line slice to use the texture properly. 600 and 120 for the button size is also good. Move up, let's add a box. This will be 580 and 100 for the background node, so keep it at that. Let's also add a text. Select the font, change the color to dark color, and this will say start. Okay, the font size can stay as it is, and this will be start button. Copy this and paste, move down, so we are keeping 20 as separation. This one will be settings button, change the text, paste again, move down to -230 for the position, quit button, and quit. This is the main layer. So if we hide the main layer node, it will hide everything under it, which will be useful. So I will simply copy this layer and paste here. Let's hide both of them. Name the new one to settings layer and make it visible. On the text, let's change the text to settings, but the scale can be smaller, so it will be 1.7 to 1.7. Now we don't have a start button here. The first button will be music button, and it will say music on. This will be a toggle button, so we will be able to toggle on and off the music. SFX button for the sound effects, and the text will say SFX on or off. I guess the on and off doesn't have to be all capital, but since we are going to control it with code, no need to set it perfectly here. And the quit button will be return menu button, and the text will say return menu. I guess while we are at it, we can move this down, copy one of the buttons, paste again to somewhere around here, and this one will be difficulty button. So we can add some difficulty settings to our game. It will not be anything fancy. It will probably change the enemy stats and maybe some base bullet stats. I can change the text to difficulty normal. For the settings, maybe we could make it visible, but for the alpha we can do 0.4 maybe. Doesn't look that bad, but everything is also semi-transparent, so select everything under the settings and disable the inherit alpha. This way we will have this main menu, and when clicked on the settings, we are going to hide the main layer and show the settings layer. You can make this invisible if you like. It also doesn't look bad. Now this looks alright, and what I'm going to do is on the main menu GUI, Ctrl C and V to copy it and press F2 to rename it. This time this will be. Now open the pause menu. Now first here I will hide the settings layer, and on the main layer, instead of paper pirates, it will say it is too large, so let's set this to 1.5, 1.5. The start button will be continue button, and the text will say continue. Settings can stay as the same, and the quit button will be return menu button. We already have the return menu, so let's make the return main menu button, so it will actually switch scenes, and the text will say return menu. Now let's hide the main layer and show the settings layer. Here they can stay as the same, but let's change the name of the return menu button to back button, and the text will say back, so we can go back with this button. I will make the same change on the main menu GUI too. This return menu button will say back button with the correct text. The settings text can be smaller, maybe 1.3 would be better. Now on the root, you can make this invisible, so when playing the game, you will only see the GUI elements and not the background, so you will still be able to see the game. To be able to understand better, let's open our level 1 collection. Under the GUI, right click, add component file, and select the pause menu. A bit difficult to see, but this is basically how it is going to look. If we were to make the root visible, then it will cover the game. Let's take it back. Instead, on the settings layer, let's make it visible with a smaller alpha value. We will do the same on the main layer too. This one will have a alpha value of 0.4 and will be visible, but everything under it will not inherit the alpha. So also we can disable the enabled for the settings layer at first, since we are going to start from the main layer. Same with here, disable it and enable the main layer. This isn't too bad. Also on the pause menu, under the root, right click, add a box. Let's set its pivot to northeast, and the position will be 960 to 540 to be at the very top. Maybe we could do 940 to 520 to leave some margin for it. The size will be 100 by 100, and let's add a text here, center it, select a font, change the color. The text will say 2 eyes, so it will look like a pause icon. The size really isn't important here. Yeah, this will be the pause button. And while we are at it, let's copy the pause button, paste, move to the left, and this will be speed button. So we will be able to set the speed of the game, and the text can say times 0.5, for example. If you like to play the game slower, speed button size will be 150 on the X. Let's center the text and scale it down a little bit. And if I run the game again, nothing will be visible because we haven't added the main menu GUI to our main menu collection. Let's add a game object here, and on it at the component file of main menu GUI. Run the game, and looks responsive. And with this, I will end the part 11 here. On the next part, we are going to implement logic for the main menu and our pause menu. And this way, we will be almost done with the game. We are also going to add music and sound effects to our game, and it will be done. I will share this project on my itch.io page as part 11, so you can download it from there. On the last part, we have created the GUI for main menu and pause menu. And on this part, we are going to code the logic for them, so when we click on the buttons, they will actually do things. Now let's open the scripts folder and GUI. On the GUI, right click, new GUI script, and this one will be main menu. Now let's go to main menu GUI. On the GUI root, select the main menu GUI script. Now let's take a look at the nodes we have. We have a main layer and settings layer. So let's save them. I will delete the final update on message 2 and also on reload. Init and on input is enough for now. Let's create some variables on our sub table for the nodes we have. Now we have our main layer and settings layer. After that, I am going to get the nodes for the buttons. First for the main layer, then the settings layer. On the subtable, create a variable name and use GUI.getNode to get the node you want and use the name of the node to get it. On the main layer, we have start button, settings button, and quit button, and on the settings, we have 4 more buttons. Now I will save them. Alright, now I have all my buttons, the main layer buttons and the settings layer button. Now I will create a new variable so that we will know what layer we are currently on. So let's do self.current layer equals main. This way we will only check for main buttons if the layer is main and settings button when the layer is settings. The first functionality I will implement is that when I click on the settings button, I want to hide the main layer, but of course we will do this with disabling it, and on the settings layer we will enable. And when we click on the back button, we will do the opposite. I will disable the settings layer and enable the main layer. Let's implement it. Here we check if action ID equals hash left click and action that pressed equals true. Then we will do the button checks here. If GUI.pickNode with self.settings button, for the action position we will use action.x and action.y. Then we are going to implement the logic here, but since this is a button on the main layer, let's also wrap this with a new if. So we will only check for the main layer buttons if we are on the main layer. So if self.current layer equals main, then alright, now we can do the proper check. If we clicked on the settings button, then what we are going to do is first changing the current layer, so it will be self.current layer equals settings. Then we are going to disable the main layer, so we will use GUI.set enabled with the main layer, so it will be self.main layer, and it will be disabled, so we are going to use false here. Then do the opposite for the settings layer. But this time we will give true, so it will be enabled. Now I will copy this whole part, the two ifs, paste here, and we could actually delete this and put as if. This way, if you happen to have more than 2 layers, you can continue with adding as ifs. At this time, we will check for settings layer. So if the current layer is settings, then we are going to check for buttons that are on the settings layer and not the buttons that are on different layers. Now we need to do this because even if the settings layer currently is invisible, if I click here, then it will actually be on a button that is on the settings layer. So if you use GUI.pickNode with the back button, since the button is enabled, even though its parent is disabled, then it will return true. But with this simple addition, you can do the checks only if the buttons are currently enabled and their parents are enabled. And also, instead of creating a new variable, you could actually do GUI.is enabled with self.settings layer. For example, I like this approach more, but feel free to delete this and use if the main layer is enabled or if the settings layer is enabled on the ifs. Now here, instead of settings button, we are going to use the back button. So this way, if we enable the settings layer and disable the main layer and click on the back button, we will return the main layer. The first thing we are going to do when the back button is clicked is setting the current layer to main. And let's reverse these values. So the main layer will be enabled and settings layer will be disabled. Since we are using inputs, let's also make sure to acquiring input focus. So we will do message.post dot. So we will receive the message and the message is acquire input focus. Let's test it. If I click on the settings button, then the settings layer is visible. If I click on other parts, nothing happens, but on the back button, we return the main layer. Now on our game over GUI, we have this system.exit logic. We are going to use that again. So if we are on the main layer and we click on the quit button, then we are going to exit. So let's also implement it. You can continue with an else if, or you can create a new if, or you could simply copy this line, paste here, and this instead of settings button, we are going to use the quit button. If it is true, we will use system.exit with 0. Test it, and yes, it quits the game. Now the last button on the main layer is start game button, and again on the game over GUI we also have this replay button, and this button works exactly like the start game button, so we can simply copy this and go to our main menu GUI. Here we can do the check at the very beginning if GUI.pickNode with self.start button action.x and y, then paste the code. We don't have the game manager, so let's require it. Local game manager equals require with scripts game manager. Now the way this works is the same with the replay button, because you can actually return to main menu while the game is running, and that means the tables are already modified, so we need to call the fill tables again. So this will reset game progress and also fill the tables, so we can actually access the values from them. After that, we are going to send a change scene message to the scene parent and tell it to switch to the level 1 scene. Alright, this is for the main layer. Let's test it. We already know settings work, quit also works, start game, didn't work because it tries to unload the level 1 because our scene manager tries to unload the current level. So let's go and change our current level on the game manager. The current level will say main menu. Now let's test again, and yes, it is working. We have the pause menu that is obstructing our view, but we will fix it soon. Let's close these two. Now on the main layer we have set up all the buttons, so let's disable it and see the settings layer. It has difficulty, music and SFX toggle buttons. For this, what we are going to do is creating new variables on the game manager. For example, this one will say difficulty, which will be normal for now, and another is music on, which will be true at the beginning, and is SFX on will be also true, and we are going to modify these values. We will try to implement the difficulty settings on this part, but is music on and is SFX on values will affect the gameplay when we add the sounds, which we will implement on the next part. So on the settings, let's copy this and paste here. The first button we have is difficulty button, so let's do self.difficulty button. And for this reason I am going to create an array. So let's do self.difficulties, which will be a table, and the values it has will be easy, normal, and hard. Also let's add self.difficulty index, which is 2, since the arrays start from 1 with Lua. Easy is the first element and normal is the second one. And you know what? Instead of storing the difficulty here, we could use difficulty index as 2 on the game manager. This will save us some lines of code, because when I want to change the difficulty, what I can do is simply increasing the index on the game manager or decreasing it. And since we are storing on the game manager, I can delete this as well. If I were to store the difficulty as a string, then when increasing it, I would first need to find the string on the array and find its position as the index, increase it, and then updating the string. This is too much work. Instead, I will simply increase or decrease the index and then find the corresponding text from the table. Now we will understand it better. Also, under the settings layer, I want to be able to change the text of the buttons. For example, the music text under the music button. That's why I have renamed the text under the music button as music text, SFX text, and difficulty text. No need to change the back button text, as it will not be changed. Make sure to do this change. After that, we are going to access them. So after we get the buttons, let's do self.music text equals GUI get node music text, and do the same for the other two. And we now have the text, so what I can do is GUI.setText. The node will be self.difficulty text, and the text I am going to use is difficulty, 2 dots to concatenate, and then we are going to use self.difficulties with game manager.difficulty index. Since currently the difficulty index is 2, then we will get the second element of the table, which is normal, so it will say difficulty normal. I also want to set the music text and SFX text, so let's do GUI.setText with self.music text, and the text will say music 2 dots to concatenate. Now for the additional part, let's create a local on off equals game manager that is music on. If this is true, then it will be on. If it is not, it will be off. And here we can use on off. And to test it, I will set the is music on to false on the game manager and test. It will say music off. This local variable will be handy because we can simply do on off equals game manager dot is sfx on. If that is true, it will say on, or it will say off, and we can use GUI dot set text, self dot sfx text, and the text will say sfx 2 dots on off. And I also want these text to be updated when we click on the difficulty button, music button, or sfx button. For this reason, let's move them into a new function so we can call the function instead of duplicating the code for all 3 buttons. So let's do set button text with self. Let's cut these 5 lines and paste here. After that, we can simply call the button, so it will say set button text with self. Now on the settings button, if we click on the difficulty button, what I am going to do is increasing the game manager dot difficulty index, game manager dot difficulty index plus 1. While we are at it, I will cut the self dot difficulties, go to the game manager and paste here. Let's delete the self and put a comma here. The reason why I moved this to the game manager is because we are going to access it from the pause menu too, but you can simply keep it there. Let's update the code, so instead of self.difficulties, it will be game manager.difficulties. And since we have increased the difficulty index, it could be that we were already on the hard settings and we want to return to the easy settings. That means our index shouldn't go from 3 to 4, but it should go from 3 to 1. To check this, we are going to use if game manager that difficulty index is greater than game manager that difficulties. But if we put a sharp before it, then it will check for the size of the table, which is 3. If that is the case, that means we have hit the last element and we need to return the very beginning. So we will do game manager that difficulty index equals 1. End it, and after that call the set button text. I will copy this, paste, delete these 4 lines, and instead of the difficulty button, we are going to check for the music button. If we click on the music button, what I'm going to do is game manager dot is music on equals not game manager dot is music on. So we toggled the music, and then we are going to set the text, so the text will be updated. Also, let's paste again for the sfx button, and here we will check for is sfx on is true. And here we will toggle the is sfx on value and update it. Since we want the current layer to be main at the very beginning, let's copy these 2 lines, paste after it, and enable the main layer, disable the settings layer, because when testing you may forget to disabling the settings and enabling the main layer. This will ensure that you start from the main layer. So I can go to settings, I can toggle on and off the musics, and I can also traverse the difficulties table. Back, quit, and I think this is it for the main menu. what we can do is also implementing the button hover logic. So when we hover on buttons, they will be scaled up. To do this, what we can do is creating a self.buttons table, which will hold all our buttons on the main menu. Let's do. Alright, I have saved all the buttons on a table, and now on input we can check if action.x and action.y. If the action has x and y values, that means this is a mouse input, so we can use the pick node with the action x and y. That's why we are using this check, and then we are going to use a for loop with for key and value in pairs self.buttons do and. So this will traverse all the buttons, and then we are going to check if GUI.pickNode, the node is the value here, because the key will be 1 for the start button and the value of it will be self.start button. That's why we can simply use the value here, and also action.x, action.y. If this is true, that means we are hovering on the button. Then we are going to use GUI.setScale with the value, and the new scale will be, let's go to our buttons and see the scale they have, and they are already scaled 1, which is nice. So we can simply do vector math vector 3 with 1.15. Else it will be GUI.setScale value, and the scale will be vector math vector 3 and 1. And this should do. Let's test it. And yeah, it is working. And also the scaling factor 1.15 fits well. And I like this. Now we are done with the main menu. It is time for the settings menu. Let's close the things we don't need anymore. And also the main menu collection. Now on the scripts and GUI, we have this main menu GUI script. I will select it and do Ctrl+C and V. This will copy it. Use F2 to rename it and rename it to pause menu. Let's open it. The reason I copied the whole script is because the pause menu is quite similar to our main menu. We will only need to make a few changes on it and it will be good to go. After that, we are going to implement the additional logic, of course. Let's first do the change. The set button text looks alright because I want the difficulty button, music button, and SFX button to have their texts updated. Let's check the variable names here because these are the parts we will need to make changes. For example, on the main layer, instead of start button, we have the continue button. So let's select the start button. We have it here. So I will Ctrl+V to continue button. And also let's switch the start button with continue button on the self buttons table. We have the return main menu button instead of the quit button. So switch that. Everything seems to be the same on the settings layer except the texts. So the text under the music button will be music text. The text node under the SFX button will be SFX text. And also the text here will be difficulty text. This also cleared up. Now we also have additional nodes here. We have the pause button. So here, let's do self.pause button equals GUI.get node pause button. We have the speed button. Self.speed button equals GUI.get node with speed button. And here The current layer will start from the main. This is true, but at the very beginning, we are actually going to disable both the main layer and the settings layer. This way, we will not see them till we pause the game. So this will also be false, but we need to make the pause button visible. So let's do GUI.set enabled with self.pause button, which will be true. Do the same for the speed button. Now let's test it, run the game, but no, it isn't working because we haven't attached the pause script. Let's attach it, test again, and yes, we start with the pause menu hidden. Now let's go to our own input function. This logic will stay the same, except we can actually add the self.pause button and self.speed button to the buttons table. This way, when we hover on them, they will also be scaled up. Now we will create a new variable self.isPaused, which will be false at the very beginning, and we will only interact with the buttons on the main layer and settings layer when the game is paused, and these buttons will be interactable when the game is not paused. And since all these parts are about buttons on the main layer and the settings layer, I will cut them and add a new check here. If self.isPaused is true, then here we will implement the pause logic, else we will have the button logic. Now let's start implementing the logic for these two buttons. Then we will do some fixes on the buttons that are different from the main menu. We have these two buttons, and what they will do is quite similar. The first thing we are going to do is create a new variable on the game manager, and let's do game speed will be 1 at the very beginning. 1 is the normal speed of the game. Let's check if GUI.pickNode with the self.pause button, action.x, action.y, then I will implement the pause logic here, but I just realized that this should be if not is paused, because if it is paused, that means we can see the buttons and click on them. If not, we can actually click on the pause button to pause the game. And to pause it, we will do two things. Self.isPaused will be true, and also we are going to send a message to sim parent. So it will be message.paused, receiver will be main sim parent, and the message will say set time step. Setting time step will change the speed of the game, and on the message we are going to send some variables. We will first send a factor variable, and the factor will be the speed of the game. If it is 1, that means the game is running with the normal speed, but if we set this to 0, that means the game will be stopped. Also, we will send a mode variable, which will be 0. This is the mode you are going to use most of the time, so no need to change it. After we stopped it, let's copy these 4 lines, paste here, set the main layer enabled as true. Let's hide the pause button and also the speed button, but we have 2 pause buttons, so let's make this speed button and here too. Let's test it. I will wait till a ship comes close and I will stop the game. As you can see, the ship stopped moving and we can indeed pause the game. Now instead of start button, we have a continue button now. So let's change it here, and instead of this change in logic, what it is going to do is simply doing the opposite of pause button. So is paused will be false. We will set the mode to 1 for now, but it will be changed. The main layer will be hidden. Pause button will be visible. and speed button will be visible. But of course we will change the factor and not the mode. So let's do this. I didn't delete this because I will cut it and paste here. As now we don't have a quit button, instead we have a return main menu button, and we can simply paste it here. If we click on the return main menu button, and what it is going to do is switching the scene to the main menu. Since we already called this function when we click on the start button on the main menu, we don't have to call it on this button too, but you can keep it as well. It will not break anything. Now this seems to be working alright. These two settings button and the rest also look alright. Let's test it. Start the game. Pause it. Settings. I can interact with buttons. You may want to remove the difficulty button from the pause menu because with most games you can only set the difficulty before you start it. But I will keep it because the way I am going to implement it will allow us to change the difficulty mid-game. Let's try back, continue, stop again. I will click on the return menu and quit. So it is working except for this speed button. Also, we need to access the speed text so we can actually set the text on it to show the current speed we have. So if the game is not paused and we can see the pause button and speed button, let's do if GUI.pickNode with stat.speed button, action X, action Y, then let's do this. On the game manager, like the difficulties, I will create speed table, and on that table we will have values like 0.5, 1, and 2. Let's also keep the speed index, which will start as 2 because the initial speed will be normal as 1. And now this will be similar to setting the difficulties. What I'm going to do is game manager dot speed index equals game manager dot speed index plus 1. Also, we will add this check to the speed too. So after we set the speed to 2, if we click on the speed button, then I want the speed to be set 0.5 instead of trying to look a value that doesn't exist on the fourth element. So here we will do if game manager that speed index is greater than game manager speed table with sharp at the beginning, so this will be the size of the table. Then game manager dot speed index will be 1. And then game manager dot game speed will be game manager speed table, and we will find the value game manager speed index. So when the speed index is 2, it will get the second value, which will be 1. When we click on it again, we will increase it, so it will be 2. Click on it again, it will go back to 0.5. Now we have the game speed. After that, I am going to copy this line, paste it, and for the factor, we are actually going to use game manager game speed. Another thing, after we click on the continue button, let's say our game was running on 2 times speed. I don't want to set it to 1. Instead, I am going to use game manager game speed. This way, if it was 2 before, we will continue with 2 again. Let's delete this R, and I think it looks alright. Let's test it. Start the game. It is at 2.5, 1, 2. The only problem is that we aren't setting the text. So here, let's do GUI.setText with self.speedText. And the text will say X, 2 dots to concatenate, and it will be to string with the game manager.game speed. Let's copy this and maybe paste it on the set buttons text, and then instead of this we can call set button texts. This way, since we are already calling the function on the init, when we run the game, we will see the x1 as the correct value. Now, of course, for this to work, we need to get the text node. So let's do self.speed text GUI.get node with speed text. Run the game, start the game, and we see the x1. Now it is x2 and x.5, which means the game is slower, and yes, it is working properly. And I can stop, continue, and it keeps the same speed. Alright, this is pretty nice. Let's go to the pause menu. On the main layer, alpha value is too low. Let's do 0.6 and also set the color to black, so we will be able to see the paused panel better. We will need to change the color to maybe red, so it will be easier to see. We will copy these values on the settings layer too, set the color to black, and alpha to 0.6 on the text, set the color to red. Run the game, start, pause. Yes, it I think is better. We can still hover on these buttons and interact with them, which is a problem we need to fix. To fix this, instead of having a self.isPaused value on the game manager, let's create isPaused as false. So what we are doing is moving the isPaused to the game manager. So let's look for it with Ctrl F. Instead of self, we will use game manager. Let's copy this and paste wherever we have the isPaused, and this will make sure the isPaused value is set on the game manager. Now on the left panel, on input, what we can do is if game manager.isPaused is true, then return. Let's test it, start game, pause, and now I cannot interact with the buttons, but if I continue, I can click on them. There is one more fix we need to make. Now to hide this search panel, I will click on escape and it will hide it. The only problem is that if we click on the return main menu button when it is paused, let's test it, start game, pause, return menu, start game. And as you can see, it is still paused and I cannot interact with anything, which is a problem. To solve this issue, before we change the scene, let's do game manager is paused to false. And also let's copy this, paste here. Factor will stay as the game speed, but we will change it here. So game manager.game speed will be 1. This way, when we return the game, we will stop the isPaused state, set the game speed to 1. We will set the time step on the scene parent to 1, which is the game speed, and then switch scenes. This way, if I stop, return menu, and start again, the game will actually run as it is correctly. And this was it for this part. On this part, we have implemented the pause menu and main menu logics. I will share this project on my itch.io page as part 12. If you have any questions, you can ask on the comment section. If you liked the video, please like and subscribe. On the last part, we have implemented the logic for the main menu and pause menu. And on this part, we will do 3 things. First, we will fix an issue. It is not a game-breaking bug, but it will be better to fix it. Then we will implement the difficulty logic, so when you click on the difficulty button, it will actually affect the gameplay. And lastly, we will implement sounds and music to our game, so the game will be more fun and engaging. Now let's get started. Let me first demonstrate the problem. If I start the game, set the speed to 2, stop and return menu and start again, it will look normal at the beginning, but if I click on the button, instead of speeding up, it will actually slow down. And the reason for that is because when we click on the return main menu button, we are changing the game speed, we are applying the time step on the scene parent, but on the game manager, we are not actually changing the speed index. So when the speed is 2, your index becomes 3. So next time when you click on the button, you increase the index, so it returns to 1, which is 0.5. That's why instead of speeding up, you actually slow down. To solve this issue, we need only one line of code, and which is game manager dot speed index equals 2, and this should fix it. Start 2 times, return menu start, and again we get the 2 times. Alright, let's continue with the difficulty. For this reason, I am going to create a new table. The first variable will be difficulty table, which will hold values for the difficulties. The first value will be 0.9, second one will be 1 for normal, and the third one will be 1.1. Let's put a comma here, and also we will use this difficulty index here. So let's move it so they can stick together. Now let's go to our scripts because they are the ones that will be affected. For example, let's open the bomb script, and on it we have this explode function that reduces the HP of enemies when it explodes, and this is the value. Now let's say we are playing on the easy mode and the difficulty index is 1. We will use the same index on the difficulty table, so the value we are going to get is 0.9. Now if I were to multiply this value by game manager difficulty table with game manager difficulty index, what this return would be 0.9, and then this would actually decrease the damage. So for this reason I am going to divide it by 0.9. So if you divide a number with a value less than 1, the result actually becomes larger than the initial value. This way our bomb damage will increase, but if we are playing on the hard difficulty, then this will be 1.1. So dividing a number with a value greater than 1 will actually decrease it. So on the hard difficulty, your bomb will do less damage, and normal will not affect the gameplay. And this will basically be the way we are going to implement the difficulty. Let's close the bomb script, open the bullet script, and we will do the same. So what I'm going to do is creating a local difficulty multiplier equals this value. Let's cut this, paste here, and simply divide with difficulty multiplier. This way I can copy this line and use whenever I need it, like here, paste it here, and then divide the bullet damage with the difficulty multiplier. So by that logic, for the things we want to increase for the easy mode, like bullet damage and bomb damage, we are going to divide it. But for the things we want to reduce, like the enemy ship HP, for example, we are going to multiply it with the difficulty multiplier. For the easy mode, this will get you 0.9, so the enemy ship will only have 90% of its original HP. And let's also do the same with the damage, so they will apply only 90% of the original damage. But if you are playing on the hard mode, then it will be 10% more than the original HP and damage. You can also change the gold with the same amount, but I will not. On the enemy spawner, we can, I guess, change the difficulty increase. So let's paste this value here. We don't have game manager, so here we will do local game manager equals require game manager. Now we have the value. I will put a parenthesis here and multiply the difficulty increase with difficulty multiplier. So the difficulty will increase slower when we are playing on easy mode, but will increase faster if it is on the hard mode. No change on explosion. Let's see. I guess you could change the logic on the update for the island too, but no need to do more than necessary. So this will be it for the difficulty. To see if it is working, let's here print my HP, and the HP will be set at HP. Let's test it. Start game, and on the normal difficulty we have 25 as the HP. Run the game, settings, hard difficulty, start the game, and we have 10% higher HP. Let's change the difficulty to easy and continue. So the new spawned ships will have less HP, and thanks to this approach, as you can see, the difficulty change is applied even mid-game. Now we are done with the bug fix and difficulty logic. It is time to implement the sound. Here I have a folder with multiple sound files. I will copy one of them, and on my assets I will create a new folder which will be sound folder and paste it under it. Now I have a sound on my assets. For example, on the main collection, let's create a game object, and on it let's create a sound component. Let's try to select the sound, but no sound is visible even though I have this mp3 file on my assets folder, and that's because with default you cannot use mp3. Instead you need to use OGG or WAV file type. But no worries, it is actually quite simple to turn these mp3 files into OGG or WAV, and for this reason I am going to use Audacity. Audacity is an open source program that you can use to convert your mp3 into other formats. And to do this, go to File, Import, Audio, and select all the sounds you want to convert. Open them. You can modify and cut the parts you don't need from the sounds, but I don't need it, so let's go to File, Export Audio, Export to Computer, select the folder you want to save them. Here you can select the format you want to use. You can use WAV or OGG. I am going to use OGG because it creates smaller file sizes for the sound. Initially you will have this entire project selected. Select multiple files instead and then simply export. Once it is done, click on OK. And now you will have your audio with the correct format. And if you click on the sound, now you can actually select them. I will first start implementing the music system. And we are actually on the correct place on the main collection. Let's first close the scripts we don't need. Now on the scene parent we have multiple scenes we load and unload. So if you were to start a music on the level 1 and switch to the game over or main menu, then the music would naturally stop because you would unload the whole scene. But we do not unload the scene parent or any other game object on the main collection. For this reason you can use the scene parent and add components on it. Or you could simply create a music parent game object here and then access it from script to play the music. This way, even if you switch scenes, your sound component will not be unloaded, so your music can play between scenes. And for the sound, I will select the pirate music. All of these sounds are from Pixabay. I will also update the credits file for them. Now instead of sound, this will say music 1. Let's copy this and paste. And this one will say music 2. Let's select the other music. Now we have 2 musics. Since these are music, I will select both of them and I will set them under the music group, which will help us later. Now we also have gain, group, pen and other things which you can set them here. But for the music, I will set them via code, so no need to make any changes here. Now we can have different approach to play music. For example, you could create a music manager like scene manager and attach to the music parent to play the music. But my music system will not be too complicated. For this reason, I am gonna create a new function under the game manager which will handle the music. So let's do function m.play music. And let's end it. Now I will save the URL for these sound components into a table on the game manager, but before that, let's actually name these correctly. And let's copy this. Let's go to our game manager. You can create the table here next to the music variables. Music table equals a table. And let's paste this as a string. I will delete the music parent part because we don't need it. Then we will also do music too. With this approach, you can have multiple background music options and select one of them randomly. For this reason, again, we will need a music index. So let's do music index equals, I will first set it to -1. So when we are choosing one music randomly, it will not affect what we choose. So let's go to our function. Here, let's do local random index. And for it, we will use math.random. It will start from 1 to the m.music table. But of course, we are going to put a sharp. So this will basically return the size of the table, which will be 2 in this case. But you can have 10 sound components for different musics. So it will choose between 1 to 10. But I don't want the same music to be played again. So I will fix that with a line, which will be while random index equals m.music index. Do this again. And so what this line will do is basically checking if the random index you have selected is the same with the previous index, so the same music you have just played. If it is, try to look for a new random value. If you again select the random value, then it will look for another value till you get to play a different music. But if you only have one music, make sure to disable or delete this line. Otherwise, this while loop will never stop and will probably crash the game. Now we made sure that we have selected a new random index. Let's do m.music index equals random index. Now we want to play a sound, so let's do sound.play. And as you can see, it asks for a URL. So let's do local URL equals, as you can see, all of the URLs share the same /music parent. So let's copy it, paste here as a string, 2 dots to concatenate, and then we will get this music1 or music2. And how do we get it? It is m.music table with m.music index. This should return the correct URL, so we have the URL now. Now here we have some properties, and properties will be a table. Let's see what the table will get. On the play, control space, and if you do not see the function description, control space again, and it will show you the description. Now on the play properties, which we just deleted and put an empty table, we have values like gain, pen, and speed. Gain is how loud it is going to be, and it will get a value between 0 and 1. 1 is the loudest it can be, and 0 is silent. Now when the gain of a sound is calculated, it is calculated by multiplying 3 values. The first one is the gain of the master. Master is the top group, which is like a parent to all other sound groups. So the master gain times sound gain, the group of the sound component, which in this case music gain, and times the gain for this sound component. So the gain will be 0.4. The music is often too loud, so I will tone it down. Then we can get pen, which will be 0, and this is whether the sound comes from left or right, I believe. And lastly, we have the speed value, which will be 1. I don't want to speed up the sound, but if you like, you can do it. Now, if you select the loop, once the music ends, it starts again. But if you didn't, then when the music ends, you can add a complete function, which basically is the function that will be called. Like you can create a new function for function m music end and do things here. But since this function handles the logic, what I'm going to do is m.play music. No need for the parentheses. And this way, when the music you have started ends, it will call this function again, which will select a new random music and continue like that. So this is good. and we need to call this play music function, and I will call that from the scene manager as it is the first script and that is called. On the init I am going to use game manager that play music, which should start the music. So let's test it. And as you can see, it is working. Let's test again and see if we get another music. Well, no, we don't get another music. And that's because of something we have should fixed long before, and it is that this math.random isn't actually random. I mean, there is no true randomness for any computer or maybe within this universe, but with our limited understanding of it, we can create a pseudo randomness, and we need it, and we need to apply it somehow. To do this, we actually need to use a random seed. So before calling that function, let's do math.random seed to get a random seed. And for the seed, I am going to paste this value. This is a value I get from the forum, and seems to be the best approach when getting a random seed. What this does is basically setting a seed using socket.getTime, which should be random enough for us humans, and this actually fixes some other problems. For example, this enemy spawner uses also randomness, but it wasn't actually random. If you disable this line and play the game, you will see that the enemies start approaching from the same direction for all the gameplays. With this, we will achieve the pseudo randomness we were looking for. Now we have the randomness. We will actually play different music, and even if I switch scenes, you will see that it keeps playing thanks to keeping the sound component on the main collection. Now let's open our main mini GUI script, and on it we have a music button. Now we have this music button, we can click on it to toggle on and off the music. If the music is on, I want to set the gain for the music group to 1. As I said before, the gain of a sound is dependent on 3 things. The first one is the master gain times own group gain times the component gain. By default, our master gain is 1. Our own group is 1, and the component gain is set on the game manager as 0.4. So we get 0.4 as the final gain for our background music. The good thing with this setting is if you were to set any of the gains to 0, the result automatically becomes 0. Or you could create a master setting on the main menu only has music and SFX buttons. You could add a new button that says sound on and off, which will set the master gain to 1 or 0. So when you set the master gain to 0, any other sound will automatically has the gain of 0. So you can use that to set the music on and off. Now for this reason, with the music group, we are going to use sound that set group gain. It asks for a group. We will give music, and the gain of it will be either 0 or 1. I want it to be 1 when the game manager is music on is true, so we will do game manager is music on. If this is true, then the gain will be 1. If it is not, the gain will be 0. With this simple line, you can set the gain of this group to 0 or 1. Let's check the game manager. Our is music on is false at the very beginning. Let's set this to true and run the game. Now on the settings, I can actually set the music off and on. It works. I can start the game and the music is still stopped, which is working as intended. Let's go back to our main menu GUI script, and here actually I'm going to do some tests so it will be easier to understand how this equation works. Let's do master here, and when the music is on, let's set the master to 0.5. Let's test it. Now the music is loud because the master is set to 1. I will set this off, and the next time I set is music on to true, the master will also be set to 0.5. So you will have this sound being played quietly. To see better, we could do 0.1 and test again. And when the master is set to 0.1, even though our music is set to 1, since this value is 0.1, this is resulting with 0.04, which is quite low, so it is difficult to hear. I hope this was enough to understand how the sound groups work with Defold, so I will delete this line. This can stay as a comment. Let's also delete this master logic. You can have this if you have a sound on and off button. Let's copy this line, go to our pause menu, find the music button and paste it here. This way we can turn the music on and off from the pause menu too. Let's stop the music, start game. From the settings we can enable it back. Return menu and turn it off and on. It is working as intended. Now let's go to our main menu collection, and on it let's create a game object, but this time this will be SFX parent, and under it I am going to add a sound component. Let's call this click. So this will play a click sound whenever we left click. So select the click sound from there. Now with the music we didn't set any properties, but here I am going to actually set them, because you don't always have to add this part. Even if you only use the URL, it will actually play the sound, so you have an easy way of playing sound too. The group of this will be SFX. It will be a subgroup under the master, so will be affected by the master group. The gain of it could be 0.5 maybe. No need to change the pen or speed, and it looks alright. It will not be looping. Now this is the URL of it, so let's copy this, go to our main menu GUI, and here we are checking if we have left click. So here we could do sound.play, and the URL will be sfx parent click. And this should be enough to play the click sound whenever we left click, since we are already checking for it. Let's test it. Quite nice. It feels responsive. Now let's also set the gain of the SFX from the SFX button, like we did with the music button. Let's come here, copy this line and paste for the SFX button. And this time for the button we are going to use SFX, and here we are going to use is SFX on, and this will be enough. Let's test it. Settings, and now even if I click, and you will see that no SFX sound is played. Click on it, now it is being played. And what we can do is go to our main menu collection, copy this SFX parent, go to the level 1 and paste here, so that we can use this click sound even when we are on the level 1, because currently it is under the main menu. So if I start the game and click things, you will not hear any click sounds. Now let's go to our pause menu. Since pause menu is on the level 1, we can use it as it already has a check for left click. Now on the level 1 collection, we can copy this URL of the click, go to the pause and use sound.play. Paste this and delete the rest. Since we have copied the component, its gain is already set to 0.5 and the group is SFX. Let's test it. The click is being played here. Let's stop the music and start the game. and the clicks are still being played. But there is one problem. If I stop the game and try to click, you will see that click sound is not being played. The music still keeps going, but SFX is not working. And that's because when we set the time step for the sim parent, since our level 1 is under the sim parent, we are setting the time step for this collection too. And when you stop the game, it affects the click sound that is under the same collection. So we cannot use this approach. To solve this issue, we can actually do the same as we did with the background music. I will simply copy this SFX parent, go to the main collection and paste it here, and we will simply access this component from the pause menu. We can also do it for the main menu too, so let's simply delete this SFX parent from the main menu collection, close it, and open our main menu GUI. Here what we need to do is simply adding main, and like we are accessing the sim parent, we can access the SFX parent and use click. Copy this on the pause menu, paste it, and run the game. We still can hear the click. We can disable it and enable it. We can start the game, and even if I stop, you will hear the clicking sound. We aren't setting it off from the button because I didn't paste the line under the pause menu, but as you can see, you can still hear the sound being played. So let's go to our pause menu and SFX button, copy this line, paste here. This one will be is SFX on, and the group will be SFX. Now I think we are done with the main menu and also the pause menu, so let's close them. I will close the game manager too, and let's take a look at the resources folder. On it we have game objects. Let's check the sounds we have. We have an explosion, which I will play from the bomb, so will not be used for the ship. Gold will be played for UI. Lose will be played at the beginning of the lose scene. Music are already being played. This one will be used with the island when shooting bullets. We have two kinds of explosion for the bomb, and there is also this upgrade. So we don't need to make any change on the ship. Let's open the bomb, and on the script we have this explode function. When the bomb explodes, we create an explosion. So let's open the explosion, and we have a script here. And on the init, we are calling this explosion. Now I can attach the explosion sound to the ship, bomb, or explosion game object. But the thing is, the ship is being deleted right away. Same with the bomb, but only the explosion waits till the explosion is finished, and this function is called as callback. And after the explosion is done, this game object will be deleted, so it will have enough time to play the explosion sound. So let's add a sound component. This one will be sound big, and this one will be sound small. Let's select the correct sounds for them. The big one will be explosion, the small one will be small explosion. Both of them can have gain of 0.5. Their group will be SFX. Now we need to decide what sound we are going to play, whether the big one or the small one. And for this reason, we are going to check for the scale of the explosion game object. If the bomb creates the explosion, it uses 1.5 as the scale. But if the enemy ship creates it, the explosion's scale will be 1. So we can use that to differentiate. Let's create local scale equals game object that get scale. No ID will be given, so we will get the scale of ourselves. And let's do if scale is equal to vector math with vector 3 and 1. If this is true, then we are going to do this as if scale equals vector method vector 3 with 1.5. Then we will end this. Here we are going to play sound.play, and the URL will be sound small for the small explosion with the scale of 1. No need for this, delete them, copy this line, paste here, but this time it will be big. Now let's test it. Let's turn this music off, start the game. Let's also unlock the bomb so we can hear the bomb sound. This is the bomb explosion, and this is for the small explosion. So they are being played correctly. Good. Explosion sounds are done. Now we have this gold, so let's go to our main collection. Since the gold also will be an SFX sound, we can simply edit under this SFX parent. Let's edit. This one will be gold. SFX group. One can stay as the gain, and let's select gold for it. Now for the gold, we are going to use the left panel first, because here we are spending gold, and when we gain or spend gold, I am going to play the same sound. If you have different sounds, we can create separate sound components for them and play them accordingly. Here, as you can see, we are actually changing the gold amount, so after that, let's add a new line that says sound.play. The URL will be main/sfx parent sharp with gold. Delete the rest as we have already set it from the editor. Alright, this is the first thing. Copy this line, and then also from the enemy ship, when it is destroyed, we are changing the gold amount and gaining some gold. Now here we can paste the same line. Now that I remember, we have made a change on the enemy ship, which made the black ship too fast, so that it would reach the island faster. Let's set this back to 50 and 100 for the yellow ship, so we can actually defeat some ships and see if the gold sound is being played. Let's increase the bullet damage, bullet interval, and yes, we can actually hear the gold sound being played whenever we spend gold or gain gold by defeating enemies. But it is too loud. I will set this to 0.6 so it will fit better. We have this loose sound. Let's open our game over collection. And we don't actually need to create separate game objects every time. I am just doing it as I think it keeps the scene cleaner, but you can always use the same game object, add this sound. You don't even have to rename it, but let's do loose sound and select the loose. It will be on the SFX group, I think, and 0.7 is good for the sound. Now let's go to our game over GUI script, and on the init, let's simply do sound.play, and the URL of this loose sound is this. Let's copy it and paste here. Delete the rest, and we lose. This should be played. Let's try to lose. Turn the music off, start the game. Speed up so we can lose faster. And yes, the loose sound is being played. I will set this to 0.6 and it is good to go. Alright, we have used all these sounds except the shoot, and we also have this upgrade. I guess instead of playing the gold sound whenever we upgrade, we can use the correct sound, now that I realized. So we have this shoot sound, and I will actually use this under the island. So let's add a sound that says shoot. Select the shoot sound. It will be an SFX. The gain will be 0.5 as we are going to hear it too often. It shouldn't be too loud. The rest can stay as the same. And now on the island, let's find the line where we spawned the bullet. And here we will do sound dot play. The URL will be simply shoot because the script is already on the island game object. So it is shoot, no need for the rest of it. So now when the island shoot, it should play the SFX sound. Let's decrease the interval, speed up. And yes, now we can use this sound on the island game object, which is on the level 1 collection, because we are not expecting it to play when we pause the game. That's why you can keep them on game objects that will be under this collection. But for sounds like click, which you may need to play even if you have paused the game, then you will need to keep them on the parent collection so they will not be affected by the game speed. The gold doesn't have to be here, but it can also stay, so it is not a problem. Let's close this. Now on the left panel GUI, we are playing the gold sound from the main collection. Let's add a new component here, which will be upgrade. Select the upgrade sound. This is the last sound we haven't used. It will be on the SFX group with a gain of 0.6. And now from the left panel, instead of playing the gold, use the upgrade sound. Let's test it. Music off. Start the game. And now whenever you can upgrade, you can actually hear the upgrade sound. And I think we are done with sounds too. And with this, now we have a game with main menu, pause menu, game logic, enemy spawning, sounds, and so on. It is almost done. We are going to do a few changes, and I will probably finish this series on the next part, and we will also see how you can build this game for web and PC. Maybe how to set the icon for PC on it, and also how to upload this to itch.io as a web playable game. So I will end this part here and share this project on my itch.io page as part 13. If you have any questions, you can ask on the comment section. And we will finish this series with this part. On this part, we will do a few things. First, we will fix some problem with our texts. Then we are going to build our project for web and PC. We will optimize the project size, and also I will show you how you can upload your game to itch.io. So let's get started. First, let's run the game. If I start the game, scroll down and increase by max HP, you will see that I have 152.0875, but I want to see only integers on the text as numbers, so we will need to fix that. Let's open our left panel. That is where we set the text for the values. Now we have this cost value, and to turn it into a string, we can use math.floor, which turns 8.7 or 8.3 to 8, or we can use CL, which turns 8.1 or 8.6 into 9. Since this is the cost, we want to show the higher value, so we will use CL, and for the value we are going to give cost. So right now, if the cost of a button is 7.5, it will show 8. You don't want to show 7 for the cost of 7.5, because if you show value as 7 and player with 7 gold tries to buy the upgrade, the code will check if 7 is greater or equal to 7.5, which will return false and will not allow player to buy the upgrade, which would frustrate the player. This way we will always show what player needs to give with seal, and we have this gold, but this time we are going to use math. floor with gold, because if the player has 7.9 gold and you show 8 using seal, then player will try to buy upgrades that requires 8 gold, which again will return false. We want to avoid that. But for the HP we are going to use seal again, and that's because if the player has 0.25 HP, then he should still be able to continue the game because his HP hasn't dropped to 0. So you want to show him at least 1 HP so the player will know why he can still continue the game. And this was the first fix. For the second fix we are going to open our ident script and scroll down to spawn bullet and spawn bomb functions, and here after getting the closest enemy position, let's check if closest equals nil, then return, copy this and paste on the spawn bomb 2 after the closest calculation. And that's because after playtesting the game for a bit, I realized sometimes this closest seems to be returning nil, and this was causing the calculation of the direction fail. And when sending the direction to the game object we are creating, it was causing problems. For this reason, we are adding this line, and this is fixing it. And now we are done with solving the problems. Now if I run and increase the maximum HP, let's slow the game down, you will see that we only see integer as the value. And let's try to win the game actually. Let's decrease the bullet interval, unlock bomb, which we can't, increase the damage of the bullets, and increase the speed. As you can see, the game becomes unplayable quite fast, and we want to avoid that before we actually share our game. So let's do a few changes on our enemy spawner and game manager to balance the game so it will be playable. The values I want to change are on the skill effects. For example, when I increase the bullet damage, I want its power to scale with 1.25. Bullet interval as 0.9 is good, but we can make it 0.85. HP regen is good, max HP is also enough, but let's increase that to 1.2. And the bomb damage will be 1.2 as well. And let's also change the base player stats. For example, let's make the HP regeneration 3 and bullet damage to 11 maybe. And this is alright. These are the values you can change as you like and test the game. If it is playable, then it is good to go. Make sure to test it on the hard difficulty too, so it doesn't become unplayable on hard difficulty. Let's open our enemy spawner, and here we have this spawn interval which is 2. Let's increase it to 2.5. Spawn acceleration is 0.25, which is too large of a number, so let's do 0.03. Minimum interval is 0.5 is too low, let's do 0.7. Spawn distance is good. Difficulty increase as 0.5 is also too much, let's do 0.25. And I also want to decrease the red ship difficulty to 50, so red ships will start spawning sooner. And it looks alright, let's test again. I mean, I lost, but I think this was acceptable. Maybe spawn acceleration should be 0.025 to make this a bit easier. And also let's start the spawn interval as 3, and this should work. I will not do too much because this is a tutorial game, but if you are working on a real game, then you better set the values after doing proper tests, as it is what keeps the player engaged. It shouldn't be too easy or too difficult, otherwise players will not continue the game. Now, if you want to build your project, you go to project, bundle, and select the platform you want to export. you can export to Android and you don't need to have Android Studio on your computer at all. So this is a great sell point for Defold, I believe. But for now, we are going to export to Windows and HTML5. I will start with HTML5. Now we have WebAssembly and ASM.js options. WebAssembly is selected because most of the web platforms support WebAssembly, so this is the only one you need to enable. But if your platform of choice isn't supporting WebAssembly, then also make sure to enable ASM. And the good thing is, your default web game will try to use WebAssembly at first, but if it doesn't work, then it will fall back to ASM. You can choose both of them and the build will choose whichever works. Now for the variant, select the release, because if you select debug, then you will have a large build size. Texture compression will be enabled, of course. Let's also generate build report, so we will get information about the build. And we aren't selecting publish live update content or contentless bundle. Live update is a great feature Defold provides, which makes creating mods for your games or sharing DLCs for them very easy. And I want to cover this on a tutorial, maybe a tutorial series. But for now, we are going to create the bundle. Select the folder you want to use. Let's create a new folder. And this one will be first build. Select the folder. And then Defold will handle the rest. And I think it takes 5 to 10 seconds for a game of this size to be built, which is quite fast, especially compared to Unity. Let's zip this because we are going to use the zipped version on web. We will get 22 megabyte in size. Now 22 megabyte is already quite good, but we can improve it. Let's first open the report.html file, and this is the summary of our build. And as you can see, we have this pie chart and it shows what makes up most of your size. In this case, we have this texture. So on our case, the texture is taking up most of the space, which is 84%. The next thing is our audio files. We are using OGG files, so they are already quite small and has 4 megabyte in size, and they take up 16%, so both of them make almost 100%. There are also the REST scripts, GI scripts, and so on, but since these two are the ones that are taking up most of the space, let's take care of them, and we will start with the texture. Now on the resources, I have my hand-drawn atlas, and as you can see, it is 4K by 4K, so this basically takes up 60 megabyte in space, and it is too much. So on our asset folder, let's show in desktop. Now there is something new on our assets. The first one is that we have a new icon file, which we will use when we are getting a PC build. And I have also updated the credits file, so you can see that I use redketchup.io icon converter website to create the icon. I tried other websites too, but this one seems to be working the best and it was free. Now on the hand-drawn, we have this simple paper which takes up most of the space. So let's edit this with paint. Now you can use a few approaches here. For example, you could decrease the size of it. But what I'm going to do is using a resize tool, and with the percentage I will select 50%. And I believe it still looks nice. If I save this, you will see that it is now a lot smaller. We have reduced its size by 75%. Now it has a quarter of what it had before. But after you make some change on the assets, make sure to check it on your scenes and collections you have used them, so it doesn't break your game or make it look bad. So let's open the main menu because it was where we used it, and I think it still looks nice. So let's try to resize it one more time. I will do 50% again, save, and it still looks nice. Let's run the game to see better. And I think this is acceptable. We are going for a hand-drawn style game. So this looks good enough. I am curious, so I will try to resize again. Save. And I think now it looks bad. It is blurry. And yes, you can still do it if the size is really important to you, but for my case, I will undo it and save. Now close it, and this is a lot better. If I go to my atlas, you will see that we now have 1/16 of its original size. We have reduced its size by around 94%. So it only has its 6% of original size, but still looks good enough. So this was a waste of resource. Now the largest thing we have is grid paper. We are using it on the game over scene, and to be honest, it actually looks quite bad. Even though I have reduced the size of this simple paper, the atlas still takes up 4K by 4K, so it still takes up 60 megabyte in space. But if I delete this grid paper, which doesn't look nice, now it is 4 times 2, so 8 megabyte. So we have reduced the build size by 8 megabyte. Now, obviously this will break the game over scene, and on the notes we have this background. Now the game over scene doesn't look too bad as it is, but it doesn't feel quite well with the paper style, so we will do something about it. But for now, let's continue optimizing the hand-drawn atlas. Now, I also realized that we aren't actually using the paper background. This was the first background we have used, but after getting the new ones, we stopped using it. So let's delete that. And now the largest texture we have is this lime paper, which for some reason shows the wrong name. Let's close this and open again to see if it is fixed. And yes, now this lime paper is taking up too much space. The good thing about it is that it is a repetitive texture, so you can actually optimize it further. For example, let's edit in Paint, and what you can do is simply cutting from up and down. Because if I do that, I am not really missing any textures unless you are going for a realistic game. It is still the same lime paper. Now I haven't saved this yet, and we are taking up 4 times 2, 8 megabyte in space. But if I save this and return, you will see that we now have 2 by 2, which is 4 megabyte in space. We used to have 60 megabytes, so we have reduced the texture size to 4 megabyte, and this is a great improvement. You can do a lot more, for example, on the game objects and red shape, for example. We are scaling down this red shape, so you could actually scale it down from the texture. You could cut this texture even more to make it even shorter, and whenever you need to use a long lime paper, you simply add more sprites and stack them on top of each other to create a seamless texture. The bomb and bullet is unnecessarily big, so is the yellow ship, and so on. And we don't even use the moon, so let's delete it. And we still have 2 by 2. I will leave it at this because 4 megabyte is good enough for me, and I don't want to work too much for this tutorial project. But if you are building for a web game, you could scale this down, and you will need to of course make changes on the sprites, on the game objects and collection you use them. So now we have improved the texture size. Let's first check if our level 1 collection has any problem, and yes, it does, because we have cropped it. We have these sprites. I will scale them up with 0.6, maybe 0.62, 0.65 to see if it creates a seamless texture. Let's run the game, and I guess we could move the ones below upward. So let's select them. Let's move them up a little bit. And now it is seamless. Let's also go to our game over collection, and under this box, let's add a new box. Let's set its texture to lime paper. Set the size mode to manual. I will decrease its size in X. So we can see the outline of the scene. Something like this. Let's also do the same for the Y. And I think 520 should cover the scene. Now this is covering the other nodes, so select both of the buttons, cut them, and paste again. Cut the text and paste again, so they will be rendered over the background. And now we have a better game over scene with smaller size. Let's bundle our project for HTML5 with same settings, but this time we are going to use smaller textures folder. Let's build it. And let's zip this incremental tutorial file. And this time we have 9 megabyte. We used to have 22, so we have reduced the size by almost 12 megabyte. If you think about it, we used to save 16 megabyte for the atlas, but now it only needs 4, so we saved 12 megabyte, which shows here. Let's see the report. Now the texture still takes up most of the build size, but it is alright. We have already optimized it. I could probably optimize it into 1K by 1K by resizing the sprites, but no need to overdo it. Now we have these OGG files, and as I have said on the previous part, OGG takes up less space. I think we saved around 30% in space, or maybe 60, I'm not sure. But we can actually do better. For example, if you sort the resources by compressed, you will see that hand-drawn atlas actually takes up around 5 megabyte, and the pirate music takes up 2.3 megabyte. And then pirate music, the first music, takes up 1.12 megabyte. These are quite large, and the rest are on 70 kilobytes or 30 kilobytes, so we don't actually need to worry about them. What you can do is using shorter musics, or you could choose music files with smaller sizes, or you could even use shorter but looping music for your background to save up from space. But what we are going to do is opening Audacity. Now on Audacity we are going to import audio, and these are already the OGG files we have exported before. Let's open them, and on the file I'm going to export audio, export the computer, and the same folder is selected. Here select the override existing files, so they will be overwritten. Of course you can save it on a different folder to make sure your audio files are not corrupted or turned into a version you cannot undo. Now we are using stereo for the channels, but we can actually select mono, and that's because we don't have any directional sounds. We will give the sound to the left or left ear the same. This is why we don't have to use stereo channels, we can simply use mono. And currently the audio files take up 3.6 megabyte in space. If I export them, now you will see that they take up only 1.95 megabyte, and I think we have decreased their size for 35 or 40%, which is really great. We have optimized the sounds we have already optimized, so let's bundle our project for HTML one more time, and this one will have smaller audio. Select the folder, and let's see what build size this will have. Now if I compress to zip, then we are going to have 7.6 megabyte, which is really good. So now we have reduced the file sizes into 2.1 megabyte from 3.4 megabyte, I guess, previously, and we have also reduced our texture size, and there are other things you can do to decrease the file size even more. We are making a hand-drawn style game, that's why we cannot use too small of sprites, but with a pixel art game we could actually do a lot better, because pixel art often takes up a lot less than hand-drawn or hand-drawn images. There are many optimization techniques. If you want to see a tutorial series on how to optimize your game, which can be used for Defold or even for other game engines, let me know in the comment section. But for now we will not worry about this small section because it really is pointless at this time. We currently have 7.6 megabyte in space, and initially our build size was around 22. So if you divide 7.6 by 22, multiply it by 100, you will see that we have around 34.5% of our original size, so we have reduced our size by 2/3. Now that we have the zip file for our HTML game, we can upload it to itch.io. Before uploading to itch.io, you need to make sure that your HTML file has the name of index, so it can be used as a web playable game, but Defold already uses index as the name for HTML file, so you are good to go. Since we are going to upload our game to itch.io as a web playable game, let's open our game.project file, go to HTML5 platform. Let's disable the show full screen button, because on the itch.io you can add a full screen button using the platform's feature, and it actually works better for web compared to the full screen button Defold provides, so I prefer using that button. When you build a Defold game, on the bottom you'll see a made with Defold text. You can disable too if you like, but I will keep it. You can select a splash image. If not, Defold will show its own splash image, and I will not change that either. Make sure to set the scale mode to stretch, and I think this is all we need on the HTML5 side. Let's bundle this one more time for the HTML5. Same settings. And I will save this under the final web folder. Let's zip this. We are now ready to upload this to itch.io. First, open your itch.io page. This is my itch.io page, and this is where you can download the tutorial projects I am using on my videos. Use this drop-down menu, and under Create, select Dashboard. Here you will have your projects. Scroll down and click on Create New Project. Give it a title. I will go with Paper Pirates. You can select a cover image. I have this cover image that looks pretty bad, but we will have to use it. And you can fill a short description. This will be an incremental game. It is a game, it will be downloadable or HTML, and here we are going to use HTML, so we will actually be able to play this on browser. Since we are done with the game, it will be set as released. Now, if it is free, you can keep it at 0 or donate, and if people likes your game, they can donate after they play it. But if you want to sell it, select paid and enter the minimum price you want to get for the game. And you can also select no payment to disable the donations if you don't like to receive them. And here we are going to upload the zip file. I will select this. Since this is the web build, I will select this file will be played in the browser. Select it, and it is good to go. Our screen resolution was 1920 to 1080, and this is basically the same ratio but divided by 3, and it is alright to have this. Here we will select the full screen button since we have disabled it from the default build. You can give a description here. I will not do anything fancy, this is a tutorial game after all. You can select the genre here, these are the only options you have, and I think shooter is the best option we have. Maybe strategy could also be, but I will go with shooter. You can have tags, I will get 2D. There is this writing where Ludden.io shares how they managed to stay on the front page of itch.io for over a month, and you can read this to understand how you should upload your game to itch and what are the steps you should take. It is a quite good read, and Ludden.io is a studio that uses Defold to create mostly automation games. So I will leave the link to the comment section so you can check it out. Did we use AI? No. You can give it a custom name. I will go with pirate game. You can disable the comments if you like, and at first draft will be selected. Let's save and view the page. First, let's run the pirate game and see if it is working on web. Oh, I just realized that the fix we have made is causing the game to play the shoot sound even when we are not shooting any bullets. So I will apply a quick fix to it. And we can fix this by simply moving this play sound after the if check, so that if we return here, we will not play the sound. So I will quickly build the game, zip again and upload to it again. Now let's click on draft, come here, upload the file and select the file again. Since they share the same name, it deletes the previous file and uploads the new one. This file will be played on the browser, save, and view page again. Let's start the game. And yes, I think it is working. Now let's wait and see if we can lose and replay the game. And yes, we do indeed lose the game and everything seems to be working alright. Let's try replaying, and yes, it is working. The game is too easy till the yellow ships start being spawned, so what you can do is maybe decreasing the bullet damage and also to make it more difficult at the beginning, and also slowing down the yellow ship because it is really difficult to hit it before it reaches the island. But these are not our concern for now. Let's change the background with editing the theme. You can change fonts. You can select Google Fonts. You have many options. You can select a banner, save it, and I think this looks alright. Once you are done, you can select public and continue with it, but I also want to upload the PC build here, so I will not share it right now. Let's return to Defold and let's go to our game.project, and on Windows, select the app icon. This is an icon I have created for Defold. So if I go to project, bundle and Windows application, it will be 64-bit, release and texture compression enabled. The rest are the same. Create the bundle. This one will be Windows build. Select the folder. And done. We have built for Windows, and if I click on the folder, you can actually see that our icon is properly visible. So now we have this. If we click on the exe file and play the game, we can actually play it on the Windows. And everything seems to be working fine. Let's zip this. It is only 9.5 megabyte. On my Unity versus Godot versus Defold video, where I compare game engines with their file sizes, you can see that Windows build of an empty project with Unity is 91 megabyte and Godot is 84 megabyte. Our full game is only 9.6 megabytes, so we are already well ahead of those engines, and also Defold excels on HTML as well. Our game is, I think, smaller than the empty web build for Godot. So this is the strength of Defold. Now after we zip this, let's change the name and add Windows, because if you use the same name as the previous file and try to upload it here, it will actually swap the files. So let's select the new Windows file, Windows build, and this zip file. I will select Windows and save it. Let's view the page. Now people can play our game on web or can download it and play it offline. If you are joining a game jam, it is especially important to have a web playable version of it, and Defold is great for it. Now that you are done with it, click on draft and you can select public and save it to publish your game. And with this, we are done with this long tutorial series. I hope you were able to learn how you can create a simple game with Defold. I will share this project on my YouTube, and after that, inshallah, we will start working on new tutorial series. And we have a few options. We can continue building on this game and improve it, polish it even more, and optimize it even better. We can start a new 2D series, maybe a deck builder, because it was a request made by a supportive subscriber. Another thing we can do is starting a 2.5D series where we use 3D elements with 2D sprites. Defold excels at developing 2.5D games. Another option we have is starting with a 3D series. Defold is improving its 3D features a lot more, so we could start a 3D series as well. Let me know what you think about this series. What would you like to see as the next one? I will share this project on my itch.io page as part 14, so you can download it from there. Thank you for watching and have a nice day.